Hello everyone, Tactical Edge here. Welcome back to another tournament battle on the channel. This time it's a tournament stream. Human Boy Yes Yes isn't around to host a new player tournament this week, so I'm just taking his place. And yeah, we did have a bit of technical difficulties earlier because it seems that my account has some issues with the admin access and couldn't really administer for the tournament, but thankfully Jayema came to the rescue. Yeah, great Italian caster and very helpful at as well. Just helped me arrange basically all the brackets, and yeah, tournament is underway. It is a new player tournament, so it is the Swiss format that is set down by Human Boy Yes Yes. Now, because of the sheer numbers of players we're getting and the rounds we are getting as well, we will not be casting any live battles because we don't want to wait for players to pick and bend. Instead, we want to spend all the time to cast the battles as much as possible. Of course, players are still playing for now, so I assume it will take some time before we receive our first replays. It is a really good turn up this week. Actually, we have 20 players who sign up, and we have 4 rounds, so in total we'll have 40 battles to check out if they're all sending me the replays. But I don't think I can cast everything, just because, well, it's a lot. It's a lot of battles. If we say we spend 10 minutes on every single battle, that's 400 minutes for 40 battles, and and that's almost 7 hours of content. So yeah, we're not gonna cast everything. I don't think I can actually cast everything, but I will cast as much as possible. I can probably do 2-3 hour stream before my voice gives out, and then maybe I'll use this throat soothing medicine thing, the Chinese medicine thing, that if your voice cracks or dries up or something, like it soothes your voice or something, which is very nice. But other than that, yeah, we are just gonna wait for the replays to come in for now, while at the same time, let's see if we can find any multiplayer battles to just have a game. Same old, I just want to play land battles, and yeah, oh, looks like we already have someone hopping in. Now, the question is it gonna be a box or a corner camper? I have no idea. I haven't played ranked multiplayer for so long, though. Right, since guys, I only wanna really, work has gotten a bit busier, so I only got enough time to cast and play in tournaments instead of playing in my leisure. Shit, I need to lock in my race. So, yeah, let's just try Empire. Of course they're gonna, it's gonna be that, isn't it? It's gonna be that. It's absolutely gonna be that. Can we... that's not great. Hawkland. Let's just get some Hawkland long rifles. We don't have enough for a stank though. Let me just turn it off, And I don't know if a Luminarch has enough firepower to... I don't know if a Luminarch has enough firepower. I don't know. I honestly don't know.
Alright guys, our prayers...
I always forgot to turn off tabs, and they just autoplay. Okay, like our opponent seems to be readied up and all that, so we'll just send out some of these bad boys here, and Okay, that's too much. Just get ourselves a life caster. I don't feel bad for trying to cheese or anything. Precious stone and regrowth, that's about it. And I don't wanna this is annoying! Okay, so I don't even know if we can handle this at all. But we shall try. Not that we have any other choices here. Alright. Let's go. It's gonna be a Thunder Barge, isn't it? Of course, the first battle I go into, of course, the first battle I go back into quick battles and all. It's gonna be a goddamn Thunder Barge. Okay, I need to check if players are sending in replays. But yeah, it's probably gonna take some time before the replays are gonna come in, so we'll just be chilling a bit on the quick battle ranked multiplayer ladder for now. And yeah, let's see what happens. Looks like our opponent here on the ranked multiplayer is just kind of chilling and slowly loading in. I don't even see my troops here. The beauty of a ranked multiplayer, you never know what kind of internet your opponent is having. Alright, cool. So, the question is, are we facing... Oh, no. Are we facing a Vanguard build or a regular Dowie build? A Dowie box with a Thunder Barge. That's a real question. Like, if they're vanguarding, I don't want my troops to be too far up ahead, but if they're not, then I do want to screen out a bit and start pushing with my long rifles and maybe get into range and start shooting at their stuff. Temple of Luminarch will have to just hide behind the hillside over here and hopefully not get shot at too hard. And yeah, that will do. I'm not looking forward to fighting the Thunder Barge myself. I actually have not fought against it at all, so I don't actually have any experience on how to fight it. Finely crafted conveyance. All right, let's see if our opponent bring the Thunder Barge or whatnot. But if they're quick locking into dwarves, its chances are they're going Thunder Barge. And I don't have a good solution against that, really. Like, cannons can wreck my artillery, and my artillery can't really shoot back until they get into range, and that is a big issue for sure. Ugh. Of course, Thunder Barge, as expected. Alright, let's just poke down these stuff.
Shoot them! Armed with knowledge, find the angle.
Not that I have any choices here.
temple of Luminarch! Bring it down! What do you bid?
Freaking miners.
Spearmen!
There's so much.
Sigmar guides us!
There's so much explosives here. This is BS. Ow! Whoa! 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 What the hell, man?
Quick march!
All right, you stay back there. You stay back there. All right.
Ready! Shoot them!
And what is this? All right,
Armor ready!
you go fight them and move up,
Flames yours!
please.
Sigmar command! Handgunners!
All right, you hide back here.
March!
I don't give a damn.
Ready for war!
All right,
Yes, sir!
just pick them off, please.
In range!
All right, you guys can go up ahead. Hogman rifles, keep shooting, please. And
Swordsmen! Handgunners! Sigmar!
all right, you can move up and start shooting that.
Yes, General! Sigmar calls! Master Engineer! Steel and fate! Show us the foe! The Temple of Lumina! Sigmar guides us!
And it doesn't really do enough. Damn it.
Great swords! And speed! Show us the foe! The Temple of Luminarch!
Just keep shooting, boys.
Orders! The Helden Hammer! In range!
Luminarch.
State troops ready! Get them! Yes,
Right.
sir!
You guys keep shooting that thing. You guys pull back a bit. You guys turn over here to return fire. Now you guys push.
Go! Sigmar calls! We are Sigmar's heirs! War! Wherever I am needed! Sigmar calls!
All right, another
At your service!
another regrowth, just to try and keep it alive or something.
In gear! No lingering!
You guys keep moving up. All my hotline long rifles are done for. That is not good. You guys come back and chase.
To battle! Take
I'm
the
trying
road!
desperately to heal it up. Nope, that's not working. Shit. Of course, of course. This is why I need a little bit of mobility and stuff.
Attack! At speed! Mechanical might!
All right,
Fire!
and I'm just hoping that.
It shall be!
Oof,
Quickly! Swiftly! Onwards!
I'm just hoping the Luminarch can come back a bit.
Soldiers of the Empire! The Empire endures! We obey! Plow forward! Sigmar! Preserve
All right.
us!
You go and shoot that. Keep shooting, please, and you go and plow that guy down. Oh, ow, 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 ow. Oh, I hate Thunder Barge. I mean, everyone hates it, to be fair.
For Helden Hammer! No!
Man, look at the damage. Are these the cannons or whatnot?
Sigmar guides us!
Oh, this might have been. Oh, shit. What is killing my
Stokes for
stank?
formation! March!
Alright,
No diversion!
alright, we are still doing some stuff, which is nice. Just need to make sure they're not coming back on their cannons and all that.
Master Engineer! Load and fire! Channeling guide!
Come on! Luminarch! Just keep shooting! You're almost there! You almost got it! You almost got it! Alright, you turn around and maybe block some shots from the front.
Plow forward!
Alright, Hogline long rifles keep distracting and the Thunder Barge. 1 or 2 more shots and we're good.
Crush them beneath us. At once.
1, maybe 2 more shots.
Steal.
I'll you go and deal with that guy. Ow! Oh! Rip.
For the twin tail.
Can we at least kill this? Without the steam tank, it's gonna be hard. I should have hang back with the steam tank. God damn it. 1 more shot. No! And I don't have anything to keep shoot back. No! I cry.
The temple of Luminarch.
Come on.
Great swords.
Just shoot. Yes! Yes, we got it! We got it!
Understood.
We got it!
Stay true.
I cry. Alright.
Empire is yours.
You guys go and deal with that. You guys keep cutting them down. Luminarch, you have to kite now.
And gunners. No lingering. For the Warhammer.
Come on, just shoot. Is he obstructed? Oh, it's
Go.
oh, this thing's obstructed and it shatters. Great, great. This is not great. Ugh. What can I do other than just keep healing my stuff, right? Not much.
Moving now. At speed.
And just hope that we can cut through everything
Sigmar's will.
with what we have.
Quickly. Attack. All ranks, fire. For
Uh,
moving now.
the Wild West of quick battles, really.
We serve the Emperor. Enrage. Go.
If I kept my steam tank alive long enough, like maybe if I just pulled back instead of trying to push it towards underneath
Pound and drill.
underneath the Thunderbolt, maybe I had a chance, but right now, oh, this is just hurts.
We are Sigmar for Fran. Great swords. And gunners.
Alright, time to back up with the guy, with these guys. And I just hope the Great Swords can do enough. I don't know. They are not that great, actually, when I look at it. Alright, we are doing some flanking maneuver. These guys are pulling back and hopefully we can intercept something.
Spearmen. Ready for war. Hand gunners.
Yo, I think we're getting some first of our replays, but first of all, let me just deal with this first. And pull him back, and then maybe heal up one of our Great Sword unit. Yeah, let's just do that.
Great swords. Ready for war.
Malachi can't run forever, so
War. No lingering.
alright. This guy have to back off. I need to keep some leadership alive.
Missiles at the ready. Great swords. Prepare for combat. Advance. Sigmar. Charge. Yes, sir.
Alright, let's just run and keep pressuring Malachi with our stuff.
Ranged weapons ready. Onwards. With haste.
It's not like I have much magic to use anyway, so
Great swords. Go.
this is fine.
Ready.
Alright, got Malachi tied down, and we can switch our targets over. Do something else.
The Empire endures. Mark.
Yes! We got the Thunderbarge! Screw this! I actually think I would have lost. But thankfully, the Luminarch pulled it off, so it's fine. It's fine. And we're cutting down Malachi, who is struggling to run away at all, so we don't really need to care about the Dwarf Warriors. Let's just call back the slaves.
Hand gunners.
I mean, not slayers, but great swords.
All ranks, fire! We are Sigmar's heirs.
Alright, we're almost done with Malachi. Everyone's kind of breaking. Great swords just charge back in. I'm just gonna save up enough magic and get some replays to start casting. I might actually cast this on like a replay or something. Yep. It's quick battles for sure. Yeah. This is gonna be the name of the replay. Maybe I'll cast it in battle replays. But right now, let's just go into the new player tournament action. And of course the game is lagging. Oh, Luminarch clutched it. Fucking hell. Man, 7,500 gold worth of damage value. What the fuck is this thing? I mean, thankfully I have healing to mitigate some of that, but still, it killed like over half of my army. What the fuck, dude? Oh, that was so rough. Like, I think it cut through all the healing on my, oh. Was the Thunderbarge the one that was shooting at the Luminarch? The cannons didn't do much. It's the Thunderbarge. Oh, right. I forgot the spear. The damn spear of Grimnir. Straight up nuked my my Luminarch, but thankfully not enough. My god, that was hard. Great swords carried though. Like, this regrowth was really clutch in just keeping them in the fight. And for some reason, I think I turned off music or something. But yeah, overall, it's a Luminar carrying the shit, and the Master Engineer help as well. Man, the Thunderbarge, I fucking hate it. Like, as a person playing against it, I fucking hate it. But if I'm playing it, I love it. But yeah, it's broken. It's fucking broken. Like, I get it. Like, campaign players would definitely love this because everyone's gonna enjoy wrecking the AI. But when you think about it, this thing takes minimal micro and will still be able to wreck you. So that means it doesn't matter if AI have shit micro. It can wreck you with Thunderbarge if they have multiple of those. Imagine fighting a Doom stack of 19 from the AI and you have to somehow deal with the Thunderbarge. You can't. You simply can't do that. Oh, that's rough. Like, not even 19, maybe just 10 Thunderbarge in one AI army. I would think that would be a really rough nightmare to deal with, personally. So yeah, like, even for the sake of campaign balancing, I do think the Thunderbarge should be nerfed. Anyways, enough of my rant about Thunderbarge. Let's go into the battles. Oh, Skaven versus Wood Elves in this battle from Valnir and Nardu. I also have more replays here. But I'll wait a bit. Anyways, for the army belt here, we have Valnir going for Skaven versus Wood Elves of Nardu. Skaven's going for a bombarding backline, a single plague mortar, poison wind mortar, and then 4 red ogres, a couple Ashen triads. I really like that. I personally love triads. For some reason, I don't know why. I just like, maybe because they are using Guando, and I'm a Chinese, so it has a bit of relation to my Oriental, to my Far East roots. But yeah, it's pretty good. In general, they are a pretty good anti-large unit, especially against Treekin and stuff like that. For the rest of the army, Plague Monks, frontline, and then some Night Runners. Night Runners, regular ones, do have to be careful with their ammo consumption because they only have 10 rounds. So for a skirmishing infantry, they don't really have much ammunition. Slingers have much more ammunition, but they don't have 360. So it's like It's like a bit of a balance. You gain some, you lose some. And then at the back there, a couple wolf rats for mobility, and a kick claw leading the army with howling warp gale in case they have to deal with wood elf flyers, and flensing ruin. A little bit of brass orb nuking the wood elf units of Nardu. The dryads and the deepwood scouts took quite a bit of damage. I do think that the formation of Nardu is a little bit too dense. Like, when you have so many units so close to each other, that makes them very vulnerable to artillery, especially with the Skaven ones, where you don't actually have to be taking a direct hit to get severely damaged. Even if they just scratch you by a bit of that poison wind, they will start draining away your health, and this is exactly what's going to happen if the poison wind lands into, like, for example, this blob. Anyways, the wood elves are pushing with their war dances, turning on that woven mist, providing a bit more of a missile resistance, but right now they seem to be backing up, trying to outrun the Skaven and try to get into the back line here, running around the Skaven interception. Dryads and war dancers and the deepwood scouts are a bit lagging behind, a little bit of a disarray in terms of just pushing forth the units, especially some deepwood scouts are kind of forgotten at the back. This is the problem when you have a rather large army, when a lot of units needs to be micro. I accidentally forget my units at the back all the time too, so it's definitely a very common occurrence, more than I'm willing to admit. Now in the front line, Ixchia's Triads fighting war dancers, not great, but I assume that might have been, I don't... Wait, where's the... Oh, that might have been a summon version, the Shadow Clone or Jitsu version. So that was just to slow down the war dancers. Now that they are stopped in their charge, Red Ogres counter-charge in a very nice move from Valnir. Valnir, right? Yep, Valnir. And Night Runners are peppering down the Deepwood Scouts. Actually, I think I've turned off music. Yep, I turned off music. For some reason. Apply changes. Let's turn back on the music. And Eternal Gods moving up, and Dryads are also moving up, but there are still quite a few Skaven Reserve readying to countercharge and stop them. Plague Monks are pulling back for some reason, not sure why, but I guess they just want to send in the Clan Rats to deal with the Eternal Gods. And the Night Runners continues to pepper down the nearest Wood Elf army. And the things are getting quite well for the Skavens for now. The push of the Wood Elves are in a little bit of a disarray here. A lot of units are not really having a uniform push here, just kind of all over the place. And the Skavens having that initiative here, for using the artillery to force the Wood Elves to react, was able to just counter-charge and respond to every single move that the Wood Elves make. Deepwood Scouts getting hit by a Brass Orb, taking quite a bit of damage. The Glade Riders at the back there being dealt with by the Red Ogres, and the Wood Elf push is really losing steam. I would say a better way to handle, for example, like a Skaven army is probably try to like spam Vanguard units, but it's pretty rough for the Wood Elves. Everyone and their mother has magic attack these days, so like for the Wood Elves who rely a lot on that physical resistance, they can't really survive in a lot of matchups. Especially they're very fragile overall. So anyways, the Ancient Tree Man is rushing in, trying to pound at whatever Skaven units nearby, but Red Ogres are just there to buy time for the rest of the Skavens and really pound down those Wood Elves with artillery bombardment, or just simply flooding whatever Wood Elf units with their sheer numbers. Dryads have 60 armor, but that doesn't really matter when they're dealing with the Ixchia's Triads Weeping Blade. Especially Ixchia's Triads also have that kind of armor piercing, but unfortunately this is not a great fight for the Ixchia's Triads. Having the physical resistance themselves, the magic attacks from the Dryads will bypass their defenses. Not that it matters anymore, as the Deepwood Scouts are being pounded by the Poison Wind mortars, while the Eternal Gods are being pushed back, being held down by the Night Runners and pushed back by the Skirmish Fire. As you can see here, they're almost running out of ammo, and we're only 5 minutes into the game, so you can see the Night Runners don't really have that much ammo in general. Dryads still fighting against Ixchia's Triads. The rest of the Wood Elves are in a mass exodus. I do think it is GG at this point. The only thing that's holding together the Wood Elf army is just the Treekin and the Treeman pushing up. Perhaps more Treemen in this Wood Elf build would be better, as the Skavens do struggle to deal with monstrous infantry units. As you can see in this battle, for instance, there's not a lot of armor-piercing firepower other than the Poison Wind mortars, which is only good against infantry. So Like, of course, the Ixchia's Triads would be a bit of an issue, but you can just deal with them with Dryads, or even some explosions if you have, say, Awakening of the Wood. But yeah, Debo Scouts, not exactly... I wouldn't say Archer's spam is the best against Skavens in general, just because they have so much good units to deal with, to pressure or just simply annihilate your Archers. Brazzor from a kid, Poison Wind Globe, Poison Wind Mortars, Avalanche Mortars. If the Poison Wind Globes manage to get close enough, and then they would just like blow you up with the Poison Wind Globes, and then Wolf Rats to just run down your Archers. Like, Archers are great, but not expensive ones that are easy to be dealt with, especially against the Skaven artillery. So yeah, Mortars did a lot of damage, and the Wood Elf front line also got cut down by the Plague Monks, who are a decentish anti-infantry unit. Next up, we have a Dark Elves versus High Elf battle. I assume that is a Sorceress of Soul Stealer. I assume. I need a new mic stand, actually. Perhaps. Anyways, let's check if everything's alright on Total Tavern. Like, I don't have admin control over the Tavern page, unfortunately. But I think the rounds are going on smoothly by themselves. The event is kind of just running themselves for now, which is fine. And let's just go back to the battle and start checking out army builds. For the Dark Elf side, a front line of Plague Swords, very standard, and the newly buffed Siren of the Red Ruin or Medusa. And then at the back there's some Bolt Fiends for additional armor-piercing firepower. Koa Knights lead, providing a bit of anti-large armor-piercing, which is pretty decent for dealing with the High Elf Heavy Cavalry. Harpies in the skies, Dark Riders flanking around on the other side, more Koa Knights and more Dark Riders. For the... oh god, I need to silence my phone. For the High Elves here, a front line of Staunch Spears and a second line of Loven Sea God flanked by some Rangers. At the back, Phoenix God, very elite there, but I am afraid that they are very vulnerable to all kinds of AoE damage, like this Dark Supreme Sorceress blasting them with a breath attack, and then the Siren of the Red Ruin will simply just move up and start blasting them with their eye laser. Now, Imric is not on a dragon on horseback. He is moving around, but I'm not sure what he's trying to do, but probably trying to like sneak around to the back and hunt down the Siren of the Red Ruin. At the back, yeah, at the same time, the High Elves are lacking in protection against enemy mobility, though, as the Dark Riders are flanking around, just poising to harass or shut down these Loven Sea God, who are opening up at the Blade Swords, but with the shields of the Blade Swords, they don't really care. Dragon Princess in the front line taking so much damage from the Siren of the Red Ruin, blasting like a quarter of their HP off. Oh no, they might have accidentally buffed up missiles way too much in the patch. Anyways, there's also a Moon Dragon on the side. They're trying to dive down on the Supreme Sorceress, but without any light. Wait, oh no, the High Elves don't have any magic support, and there's no healing for Imric, no healing for the Moon Dragon. Imric is charging in, just disrupting the Bolt Fiends, and the Moon Dragon is gunning for the Siren of the Red Ruin, but I don't know if they can manage to kill her before she does enough damage, especially so many Koa Knights are nearby, and Dragon Princes have suffered some noticeable losses. They're trying to defend the backline here with the Phoenix Gods and Spearmen running around in circles pretty much, but over here the Moon Dragon being surrounded by armor-piercing cavalry with anti-large and a Black Dragon and an anti-large Siren of the Red Ruin, the Bloodwreck Medusa. It is routed off, and it doesn't have enough speed to get rid of the pursuit of Koa Knights, and yeah, the Moon Dragon might just be it for the Moon Dragon, unfortunately. In the front line, the Hellabronai are fighting. Oh my god, that explosion from the Medusa, that hurts so much. And now the Medusa is switching her gaze, a very deadly gaze. The laser eyes is gonna hurt a lot against Phoenix Gods. Oh, this is not going too well for the High Elves for sure, as Imric is isolated and surrounded by a ton of elite combatants, Black Dragon munching on him, and the Koa Knights pinning him down. unable to support the rest of the army. I don't think he used Horn of... Did he use... Oh, he used Dragon Horn once, but that... I don't think that mattered at all here. Phoenix Guard running around in circles, just being kited away by the Dark Elf Cavalry, and Loven Sea God all taking more and more damage. This might just be it, as Emmerich is getting finished off here. Another blast from the Medusa and the Loven Sea God. Yeah, that's about it for the Loven Sea God. Phoenix Gods are trying to come in and help, but alas, that was just too little too late. They managed to avenge their fallen brothers, so there's that, as the Core Knights are dead. The Wind Dragon actually came back for a breath attack, but that is... I don't think that did enough here, as it tries to dive the Siren, but the Siren of the Red Ruin is punching back with the anti-large. So the Moon Dragon is routed once again. Imrik, I think, is dead. So without any leadership, the High Elves are at the mercy of Dark Elves, and Dark Elves, with their, of course, cruel nature and their sadistic tendencies, doesn't really believe in mercy. So yeah, the Phoenix Gods are just trying to move up to whatever unit they can find, but Dark Elves, having that mobility advantage here, having more speed, simply just move their units away and blast them with Siren and the Bolt Fiends. So GG, and yeah, Siren of the Red Ruin might be a tad bit too strong now with the explosions, or just Medusas in general. That definitely hurt a lot with those laser eyes. Oof. Okay, let's just get other replays out then. Right, let's see. Got 2 more replays. I don't think I'm gonna get all the replays from the tournament, so we might actually be able to cast every single replay we receive. But yeah, let's just see what happens here. And some players are already getting their second round done, which is great. And I need to cast faster. Haha! Oh. Oh no, so many replays coming in. I can't cast fast enough. Oh. Okay, that's like 5 new replays coming in. Give me a second, sorry. Just need to sort out the in-game files, not in-game files, but the replay files, and then we can yeah, we can go back to casting replays again. Anyways, Siren of the Red Ruin carried the game for sure, blasting away everything, and of course the Soul Stealer caster, as usual, doing some pretty good work. Anyways, I'm sorry about the post-battle screen, but we have to keep everything brief for now. I can't go through everything in detail, because yeah, we do have quite a few replays coming in. Let's go. Next up, Cathay versus Nurgle. The OP faction in previous patches, and the newly buffed up faction in the latest patch. Let's see how they fare against each other, as the Nurgle did get some new toys to play with. And yeah, Jay, there was no caster in the previous battle for the High Elves, which might have explained their downfall.
I will lead up.
Excuse me a second. Alright, Now for army build here,
Victory!
for the Grand Cathay army, a front line of Jade Warriors, second line of crossbows, one of them, oh, it's also an archer, the Bandits of the Silver Road, and then 2 more Grand Cannon, which are already opening fire at the Plague Toads, doing some very noticeable damage. Plague Toads probably should have been deployed around the trees over here, because on the Ashton map, the trees on the side of the map are very good cover for your mobility. If the Plague Toads are on the side, then they could have just kind of hide away, or at least mitigate some of the incoming cannon fire. Marauder anyways, other than that, Jade Warrior with halberds and some peasant long spears and peasant horses plus the crowmen. Oh, as for the Nurgle army, a front line of pesticles and then a couple of Plague Toads, Beast of Nurgle, and Plague Toads are already trying to fight the peasant horses right now, trying to hold the flanks, and pesticles moving in to cut down the Jade Warriors. Unfortunately, the Jade Warriors are buffed up by Harmony, so they will hold for now, though they have taken some damage. Not sure from what though. Maybe from the AP from the Testicles. Anyways, Marauder Horsemen of Nurgle with Ring Axes are flanking round. The Angels of Decay are in a very precarious situation. They are like out in the open, perfect for the cannons to snipe them out. So yeah, they have already taken some noticeable damage so far. And I think they got shot by the Bandits of the Silver Road with their flaming bow too. So that's not great. That's not great. But they are turning around to start chugging their Dev's Head onto the Peasant Horsemen. I do think something needs to be done. Oh, some ambush from the Chaos Warhounds here, chewing up the Grand Cannon. Long Spears are trying to hold them back, while the front line here, Beasts of Nurgle, supported by the Plague Toads, managed to push back the peasant horses. But the Pesticles are giving out, especially the peasant horses are coming in for a rear charge. This might be a hammering blow onto their leadership, but thankfully there are just a lot of Pesticles in general. Some of them managed to push through and get onto the bandits, while the others held onto their leadership. Tamarkan, the Magalord, is pushing in while the Beast of Nurgle surrounded by the Ancestral Warrior summon. That is not great for them, as the magic attacks from the Ancestral Warrior is cutting through their physical resistance. But the Pesticles are pushing through, and the Chaos Warhounds continues to chill through the Grand Cannon's HP. The Peasant Long Spears, because they have formation attacks, cannot move away from formation to attack the Warhounds. So they were a bit slow in cutting down those hounds. A bit of Stream of Corruption doing some good damage to the Jade Warrior with halberds, and the Pesticles are doing some very cost-efficient armor-piercing damage as a dedicated AP infantry, while the Jade Warrior's anti-large doesn't really work in here. Plague Toads still holding on as always. They're just a very solid mobility that have enough HP, mass, and defense to just hold on. But surrounded by Peasant Long Spears, anti-large, they are quickly fading away from reality. Marauder Horseman has charged into the Jade Warrior crossbows, but some returning Jade Warriors are pushing them back. But I do think that Nurgle has a bit of an upper hand here, shutting down a lot of the key missiles on Cathay's end. Another Stream of Corruption really whittling down the Jade Warriors. But also, that also did some friendly fire onto the Marauder Horses, so that was not great. These Marauder Horses tried to go in for a charge, but quickly had second thoughts and backed off. Angels of Decay jumped onto melee, being pressured by the Empress Crowman now as well. This is a bit of a chaotic fight. This might have been the second Ancestral Warrior summon, now flooding in to help out against the Plasticles and try to bail out the Jade Warrior crossbows. Their terror might be helpful here. Pesticles doesn't really have the best leadership, but the Pesticles does have the leadership support of Tamarkan. Oh, well, as I said that, they are absolutely terrified away by the ghostly warriors. Angels of Decay still having a lot of ammo left, but I'm afraid they didn't actually spend much into attacking, and now being stuck in melee, this is not where they want to be. They want to really use up their ammo, and things are not looking too great for the Nurgle army. This is a bit rough for Nurgle for sure. They have a pretty good push at the initial stage, but a little bit disoriented with, or a little bit less coordinated with some of their units, and that might have cost them the game with the push, as the Cathay player was able to kind of sit back and react to whatever that the Nurgle army is throwing at them, especially Angels of Decay being a prime target of getting hit by missiles, just took way too much damage, and yeah, wasn't able to use up all their ammo onto nuking stuff. So yeah, that is probably the end of Nurgle. I believe as long as the Cathay player can keep their leader away from Tamerkin, they should be able to grind down Tamerkin eventually. Because if Tamerkin doesn't have an enemy lord or hero present in the ability range, he can't actually activate the Feast of the Maggot Lord. So that will prevent him from activating the Unable to Die trait. But having the Shugengan Lord fighting in here does help to whittle him down a little faster. But once he starts running low in health, you just run away with the Shugengan Lord and start peppering him down with all those crossbow fire, and that's it. That's it. GG. GG to both players. A very nice initial push from Jaffa Cakes here. Though unfortunately it kind of loses steam in the end. And a lot of damage from the Stream of Corruption. A little bit of misuse of the Angels of Decay, a very expensive cavalry, a flying cavalry that is also very prone to missile damage. So perhaps a little bit more micro to keep it inside the cover of tree lines could have helped it survive a little longer and chuck out more death set against the enemy. I do appreciate the defenses using the plate toes on the flank to push back the enemy cavalry, making sure they don't, or at least reducing their rear charge into the Pestigore backline. Yeah, the Pestigore did amazing. They cut down so many peasants. Just that they couldn't... they cut down so many Jade Warriors with their armor piercing. Just that they couldn't hold up their steam until the end game there. Being slowly whittled down. Oh, what happened with the Empress Chromat? They did so much damage. Oh, not quite sure. But yeah, once the horses got into the back line, the Pestigores, due to their lack of armor, just got reared, hammer and anvil to death, kind of. And also the Ancestral Warrior summon is a very nice touch, using their terror to break the Pestigores early, inducing that terror route. Perhaps I would say Jaffa Cakes could have cut away the Beast of Nurgle in total, actually. You don't really need the Beast of Nurgle, maybe get a couple more Marauders or just more Hounds to pressure and shut down the cannons early. That would be nice as well. Alright, this is Poetic Goose versus Geraldo, High Elves versus Chaos Dwarves. Let's see what happens here, as it is a bit of a missile fight for sure. High Elves are the one bringing artillery, Chaos Dwarves aren't, which is interesting. Actually, the more interesting thing is the characters of the High Elves. The Princes, the one with the bow, and a Lord Master of Hoeth. Oh, it's been so long since I've seen this guy. I don't think I've ever seen him. I don't think I've ever seen him being played in a game in Game 3. At least not in any game that was not played by me. That is not trolling. Yeah. Anyways, army belt, front line of spears, second line of Eagle Claw blow throwers, surrounded by a bunch of archers. Light armor is actually not bad to bring light armor archers. They give you like 25 additional armor, and at a cost of what, like 50 gold or 25 gold? I think 25 gold, that's the one. Like, it's not a bad bargain at all, and you get a bit more melee stats as well. So it's not bad for if you have some extra funds. Anyways, White Lions of Trace, Sword Masters of Hoeth, really readying to cut down some AP armored infantry. Silverhelms at the back there, and Princess leading the army, Lord Master of Hoeth. And on the Chaos Dwarf side, the Daemon's Tongue is already on the verge of death. Definitely could have hidden them behind the tree line over here, or just drive it over to the tree line while the rest of the army pushes forward. A front line of Orc Laborers and a second line of Infernal Ironsworn mixed in with Blazing Beards and one Granite God. A lot of very devastating firepower here, most of them in the form of explosive charges, Alkali Cans, Wolf Boys, Orc Laborers, Goblin Laborers, Hobgoblin Wolf Raiders. These guys are, the one with archers as well. And yeah, Astrogolf Ironhand leading the army. And anyways, the Demon's Tongue is already gone. Definitely not... I wouldn't advise trying to use the Demon's Tongue to dodge shots. It's still way too slow to actually dodge anything. So, especially when it's injured enough that they get another speed debuff. So the Eagle Club Overlord is very efficiently poked away the Demon's Tongue, so already losing a very important war machine. In the early game, Chaos Dwarves is not enjoying it at all, and Granagar eating a side shot from the Lord Master of Hoeth with the Shim's Burning Gaze. Oh god, that's actually... Shim's Burning Gaze is actually good now? What the fuck? Okay, I've never seen Shim's Burning Gaze being good ever since game 1, so this is a very interesting comeback for the spell. Spearman trying to push up, but just getting blown up by the explosions. Spearman right here holding. Blazing Beard is getting a little too close to the... yeah. Ooh. Oh, a pretty good volley of explosions. They are engaging with the Spearman in melee, but also blow up some Eagle Club throwers. Spirit Leech draining away Astrogolf's Iron Hand's health, and this is not great. Like, this is why you... Oh. Lord Master once again blasting away with the Shim's Burning Gaze, but it doesn't have as much AP damage as some of the spells, I suppose. So that blast didn't do that much damage to the Blazing Beards, but Spirit Leech and that first Shim's Burning Gaze, the Lord Master actually is doing some good work here. These are Sword Masters. Anyways, they flanked around and start cutting down the Infernal Iron Swan. They're elite for sure, but it's still not good enough to fight against the dedicated anti-infantry armor-piercing elites. And Princess getting hunted down by Astrogolf, but she's on an Elven Steed, having more than enough speed to get out of the way. So Astrogolf decided to switch targets and try to fight the Eagle Club Overlord instead. The Iron Swan here is still having a lot of explosives that hasn't been used, so a bit of a waste, unfortunately. Is that the Moonbow? I don't think that's called Moonbow. Volley of high arrows doing some minor damage to the Blazing Beards, while the White Lions are kind of getting kited by the Hobgoblin Wolf Raiders. Though they don't really care with their armor and missile resistance, balance of power is in the favor of High Elves for sure, as the Chaos Dwarfs losing a lot in the early stages of battle already, and Iron Swan just not doing enough damage to really get shit done. Oglakan's Wolfboy will be returning and poke away at the Silver Helms with shields, but alas, I don't think the Chaos Dwarfs have enough to win the game here, as Astrogolf is getting slowly poked away by the shots from the Princess. A very nice use of an interesting pick of the Lord, actually, and it's not a bad pick, actually, doing some pretty solid work, while the rest of the Chaos Dwarf army is indeed getting slowly but surely cut down. How much losses did the Sword Masters take? Not much, honestly, and already are almost earning back their worth. Now they're moving on to the next units, and yeah, that's about it. Oh boy, I just got so many more replays. Anyways, Silverhelms ran down a lot of routed units, and the Eagle Club Overlord, the doom of the Demon's Tongue, didn't even earn back that much value for the Chaos Dwarf War Machine. Very brutal there. Are there any plans for more EU Time Newer Player Land tournaments? Missed this one. I am not quite sure, because I only took over the new player tournament this week because Human Boy wasn't able to host anything this week. But if I can get my Total Tavern access sorted with Torin, then I can probably host more in the future, or just host something in a different format. But if you want to check out more tournament in EU time zone, feel free to check out Tequila Sunset's channel. He is hosting Friday Night Fights, which is like a best of one tournament. And yeah, he's hosting it on a weekly basis in EU time zone. And I'm thinking of hosting my own tournament regularly as well, but maybe on a Wednesdays. But I'm not sure yet. So yeah, we shall see what happens. Can't say for sure. But there's certainly like more events coming up for the EU time zone. Not necessarily specifically for new players, but feel free to just join in and get good by trial by fire, I suppose. I know that doesn't sound too reassuring, but yeah. You gotta fight against good players to get good sometimes, so yeah. You know. You get wrecked and eventually you get good enough to wreck people. But yeah, I do appreciate the use of the Lord Master of Hoeth. I didn't expect Shim's Burning Gaze to actually do damage. God damn. And yeah, GG to both players here. Let's move on to the next replay, which is Joyama versus... Oh wait, That's Beastmen versus Dowie with Grudge Rakers. Interesting. Alright. Oh boy. I was replying some Discord messages and now we are full on in action now. I did not expect a full... I should have expected this, but I didn't really mentally prepare myself for a full Vanguard army with Pestigors in the front line for the Beastmen and an Angor Spear Herd and multiple Angor Raiders, plus a Gorgon and Jabberslav. Leading the army is a great brave shaman of shadows, coming in with Melkov's mystifying miasma and Pit of Shades. Pit of Shades is, despite being magic, is still a reliable damage source against armored Dowie infantry. On the far side, there's Sandago's regular ones and Chaos Warhounds, and though the Quarrelers here, this is definitely a very campaign way to deploy your army. Just a front line of a mixture of Dwarf Warriors and the Long Beards, I believe. Yeah. However, in a regular multiplayer, you don't really want to do that because the mobility can easily just bypass whatever line you have. It's like Maginot line, right? You have a very solid line in the front. Like, people can pass around it. But what about the flanks? They just kind of go around and hit hard on your soft spot. So you don't really want to deploy this. Instead, you want to do something like just kind of spread out your army a bit, and then have different units covering all angles of your formation, especially for a Dowie box. Anyways, there's also a couple Slayers in the middle, 3 Quarrelers, 1 Grudge Raker. Yeah, Grudge Raker, and 1 Grudge Thrower. Thoric Ironbrow, a very standard lord for the Dowie here. Anyways, the Dwarf infantry are moving up to sallying forth to deal with the Pestigors, trying to stop them, but unfortunately with the armor piercing of the Pestigors, they are getting some good damage onto even the Long Beards. They do have 33 charge bonus, so that's really not bad for like an infantry, so they are getting some good damage done. While Long Beards should probably have... No, they only have charge defense against large foes, so yeah, no. I think things are getting quite bleak for the Dowie already, as their Quarrelers are gonna get compromised by a bunch of Sandagors charging into the back line. Slayers are getting tied down by a Pit of Shades, while their infantry are in a bit of disarray, not quite sure where to go right now. Slayers trying to fight the Jabberslav, but the Jabberslav simply moved out of their axe reach, and yeah, these Sandagors can actually just charge in and fight the Quarrelers, honestly. At this point, there's not much really to stop them from doing so. Exactly what they're gonna do right now, while the Dwarf Warriors are kind of Benny Hill, going a little bit of a merry-go-round here, unfortunately. Quarrelers getting hit by Malkov's Mystifying Miasma. They do have 35% spell resistance, so it's not gonna be as damaging against them. It's still nice damage. Though the more damaging aspect is the Jabberslav just flying straight through their formation. You want to, like, for a Jabberslav, you want to target stuff behind your actual target, so that it can carry the charge animation a little bit further and just punch through your target unit. And the charge damage does not have a limitation like splash attack, so you can just nuke a whole unit just from the charge animation itself. And at this point, the Dowie is pretty much in disarray right now. They are desperately trying to just run around and stop the threats. They just don't have enough speed, firepower, or mass to handle these threats. And once they stop them, Beastman just drops a Pit of Shades onto them and nukes their HP. The Pestigors are now being worn down by a sheer number of Dwarf Warriors and Longbeards, but the rest of the Dwarf army is pretty much done for, I believe. Oh, Thoric! What are you doing, Thoric? Why are you fighting a Gorgon? No, yeah, run away. Don't try to tangle with a Gorgon. It's not wise. Not like he has anywhere to run though, unfortunately. And yeah, the Gorgon just caught up with him and everything got picked off. I think it's safe to say the Dwarves are losing at this one, so we will be moving on to the next replay. Slayers are gonna fight to their death and all that, but yeah, do you want a little bit of tip for the Dwarf player? You don't want to like spread out your formation. Maybe check out maybe check out some replays on YouTube and see how other players like deploy their dwarf armies. Because right now, a straight line has a the Zowie had a good build, but doesn't really have a deployment to fend off enemies. Maybe they would need a little bit more stuff from Floric Iron Brow as well. Like maybe a Rune of Slowness would be nice. Not proactive enough. I would say it's mostly like I would say it's not really about the proactiveness of the dwarves. You're playing dwarves. You're not supposed to be proactive. But definitely could use a better deployment, I would say. Alright, anyways, next up, Jayama and Warpstone Enjoyer, a Empire versus Bretonnian battle. I assume that is gonna be a steam tank on with an engineer on top. It's the Franzer captain, the Franzer commander. Versus oh god, it's this is not exactly. No, this is not exactly Poland versus Germany, but it's amusingly close. Anyways, a front line of spears backed up by a line of huntsmen for the anti-large damage. I don't know if this is a best choice against Bretonnia though, due to the fact that Bretonnian cavalry usually have that armor and shields to mitigate their anti-large shots. Anyways, 3 units of halberdiers and 1 more hammer of the witches to hammer some witches, though there are no witches to hammer. Damsel is close enough, I would say. 2 Empire Knights. Actually, 1 Empire Knight and 1 Knights of the Black Rose. I do appreciate the Knights of the Black Rose because of their pure drip on their black armor and skeleton helmet. Anyways, enough of the drip here. Oh no! Damsel got a little too close to the huntsman and got absolutely ambushed by those anti-large shots, and of course the cannon from the Franzer shooting at her took quite a bit of toll on her HP. That might just be the healing support for the Bretonnians if she doesn't get out of range in time, but the Hammer of Witches continue to hammer the witches, so yeah, I think this is quite bleak. It's a pretty rough start for the Bretonnians already. Luan, on the other side, Luan leading the army with some Royal Hippogriff Knights closely in support, Knights of the Realm, and a line of peasant mobs, second line of peasant archers, and some more peasants, spearmen at arms. On the other flank, some more Knights of the Realm, so yeah, only 1 Grail unit allowed in this new player 20. The Franzer captain, the Franzer commander is being surrounded, but he's taking some damage for sure, but here comes the Knights of the Black Robes with their solid melee defense and immune to psychology holding back those Bretonnians. And the anti-large shots of the Huntsmen are definitely taking the toll on the Royal Hippogriff Knight. And then of course Steam Tank shooting back in melee. The Franzer shots are really threatening, though the Peasant Bowmen are in range to pepper down the Huntsmen with their archer fire. Peasant mobs are holding back the state troops, preventing them from threatening the peasant archers, while the Knights of the Realm are flanking around, slamming into the back here, trying to run down some of the Empire troops. But oh no, without Damsel of Light supporting, these Royal Hippogriff Knights are in a very dire situation, with no healing helping them out. Some slower push of the Knights of the Realm are finally here, but they're running into state troops. They need to punch through the state troops and get to the artillery and the archers. But oh alas, they are being pinned down by the Knights of the Realm and Knights of the Black Rose, and Halberdiers dragging them down. Archer fire is indeed helping quite well as the Huntsmen are being pushed back, but the Master Engineer is getting a bit of a regrowth, keeping it alive, while King Luan trying to hack away its HP. Things are still looking very even for both sides so far, and the archers managed to work down the Huntsmen. So the Empire does lose quite a bit of their anti-large presence, while the Hammer of Witches also getting shut down at the cost of Knights Errant sacrificing their own lives. Knights of the Realm working through the Empire Knights, who have quite a few chevrons, so they do have some decent melee stats to hold in combat, but with so many Knights of the Realm converging, yeah, they're absolutely screwed, even with the Halberdiers supporting and whatnot. And Huntsmen are slowly but surely being worked through, while the Royal Hippogriff Knights, I assume they got a regrowth, so back to half HP, trying to surround the Franzer captain, but with the help of the spears, the Franzer captain managed to get out of dodge. A pretty, I would say a little bit questionable use of the dwellers below, because there's not actually that many units in range. Well, actually there are quite a few units stacking on top of each other, but it's just the Bretonnian player having good enough reaction to move them away. But unfortunately, the Knights of the Black Rose just slam in and run them down either ways. Now, King Luan still on his eternal hunt against the Franzer captain here. And the Franzer captain is kind of on the verge of death. Halberdier is getting shot by peasant archers, now finally decided to move up and kill the archers. And the Master Engineer here getting hunted down by the Royal Hippogriff Knight, receiving another regrowth, keeping the HP level high. These are Empire Knights, I think. Yeah, Empire Knights are running down some Knights of the Realm and now trying to pin down King Luan so that the Franzer captain can move out of that tight spot. Things are still looking quite tough for the Empire though, as they lose most of their missile fire other than the Franzer cannon. And the Jade Wizard barely staying alive. Oh, I assume he healed himself back up with a regrowth or something. Yeah, he must have cast a regrowth on himself. So I assume no more regrowth for the Master. Oh wait, no, this is the Empire Jade Wizard. What am I talking about? God damn it. But where's the damsel? Yeah, damsel is just hiding away. Don't want to get too close to get shot again. And that was a wise choice here. And King Luan might want to just keep hunting the Franzer captain here, but the Franzer captain is seeking the support of the Knights of the Black Roses. Now slamming in, trying to tie down King Luan and Beaky. Peasant Bow though do occupy the high ground and now will be shooting down onto the Grundle's defenders. These state troops, having their backs turned against the Bretonnian missiles, are now repelling the assault of some peasant mobs, but they're not repelling archer fire. Yeah, Master Engineer. Oh, there's another regrowth from the Jade Wizard, trying to just keep the Master Engineer in the fight, while Knights of the Black Rose are tying down King Luan with the help of Halberdiers, just really trying to work through his HP, but he is holding firm with Stand Your Ground, boosting his melee defense and his tankiness. In the skies, Royal Hippogriff Knights are moving in, trying to once again charge into combat against the Stank, the Franzer captain. And indeed they charge, but King Luan blocking their own charge. Oh no! So their charge was not that effective, quickly backing off before getting tied down by the Knights of the Black Rose and Halberdiers. At the same time, peasant bowmen finally being shut down by state troop spears and the Empire Knights. Hippogriffs trying to bail them out of the situation, but that might be a little too late. Knights of the Black Rose now going after the archers as well, just trying to shut down anything that can further threaten their unarmored state troops. And I don't think there are any. Yeah, there are no more huntsmen on the field, so the Empire will have to rely on the engineer with his repeater handgun to shoot through King Luan's HP, and of course the steam tank may be psycho charging a bit. The steam tank wants to stay around the Grundle's defender though, to get that artillery, the rear guardian, that provides additional physical resistance onto the Lord. But alas, that is not happening, because the steam tank is just trying to desperately run away from King Luan. Anyways, Royal Hippogriff dives down onto the ground, but the Knights of the Black Rose are holding them for now. The immune to psychology trait is really coming in useful right now, as their leadership is not affected by fear or terror from the Royal Hippogriff Knights and King Luan. So their leadership is holding up, and they're not going to be worrying about terror routes anytime soon. Not that they will be ever worrying about it at all. And yeah, state troops converging into a blob, trying to repel whatever peasants that tries to run their way, while the engineer keeps poking at the Royal Hippogriff Knights, doing some really nice consistent damage. 1,250 gold worth of damage value, not bad at all, considering he only brought the Mercurial shot against the Bretonnian peasants. Anyways, we can fast forward a bit now. Another regrowth from the Jade Wizard, really trying to keep the steam tank alive here, while the King Luan and his hippogriffs trying to hunt down the life caster. Though right now they are more trying to isolate and finish off the steam tank, as Allowing the steam tank to survive for so long probably might cost them their game. The steam tank is still kicking and is unbreakable, so you can't rout it, and King Luan is the only thing at this point holding up the balance of power for Bretonnia, and I don't think he can cut through all these state troops and the Master Engineer. And yeah, the regular engineer is getting hunted down by Beaky, but Beaky is taking quite a bit of damage from the 360 no-scope repeater handguns. So just fast forward right now, as it is pretty much King Luan versus the world here, being completely surrounded. He is managing to hunt down some units of the Empire, but perhaps the Empire will drag him down with their sheer numbers. He's trying to damage the steam tank, but he's not landing enough hits. I don't think he's ever landed a hit since we last go into fast forward. Yeah, he's just not landing a single hit on the steam tank. Yeah, he's just keeps trying to hit the steam tank, but I think he landed like one hit. But how about he is surrounding him, and he's trying to hunt down. He's trying to hunt down the life caster, but now he has to turn and fight and whatnot, slowly dragging down the steam tank. But the life caster regrouped. Maybe he would drop in and our heal, but no. King Luan's leadership was way too low and couldn't hold up in the end. And that shall be victory to the Franzer Captain, Franzer Elite once more. 3,800 gold worth of damage value. Granted, both sides have healing, so their damage value will be inflated. King Luan, 4,000 gold worth of damage value. He tried so hard, got so far, but in the end, it didn't even matter. But yeah, Knights of the Realm doing some pretty good work as well. Peasants, they're a cheap, cost-efficient missile, so they did some okay work. But mostly, it's King Luan. It's King Luan. Trying so hard to carry the peasants, but it didn't even matter anymore. But yeah, for the Empire, the engineer did a lot of good skirmishing work, and how about this? Got some good trade against the Bretonnian cavalry, armor piercing and anti-large and whatnot. And the Huntsmen, unfortunately, due to their lack of armor piercing, wasn't exactly a good pick against the Bretonnian cavalry, being relatively easy to shut down by the Bretonnian archers. Next up, Zurihan versus the Predator Rules 75. Tomb Kings versus Nurgle. Tomb Kings, it's still a pretty decent faction, I would say. With the availability of missiles for these guys, they can put some pretty significant hurt against enemy units and whatnot. And the Nurgle army. Oh, I need to shut down vibration on my phone. Damn it. Constantly ring. Alright, cool. The Nurgle army doesn't have a lot of armor though, so armor piercing might be a bit wasted, but damage is still damage. So let's see. For the Tomb Kings, a front line of skeleton warriors and then a bunch of Ushaptis. 3 of them, in fact, to get a sturdier front line. And then 2 more Ushapti with great bows, one of them the Chosen of the Gods, 2 Sepulchral Stalkers, one of them the Eyes of Desert, and 3 more Skeleton Spears. Leading the army, Arkan the Black, coming in with Spirit Leech and Fate of Buna. It's usually a pretty good spell, Fate of Buna and Spirit Leech, but against a faction with healing, I don't know how good they might be, but anyways, damage is still damage after all. But yeah. Like right at the start of battle, the Tomb Kings are already dumping in a ton of damage against the Marauders of Nurgle. A very nice cast of Skeleton Summon from Arkan, slowing the push of the Plague Bearers, buying a little bit more time for the Tomb Kings missiles to shoot, though the Marauder horses for the Nurgle are in position to just chuck away at the Sepulchral Stalkers, trying to do some damage, but the returning fire from the laser venom is taking a toll on their HP. For the frontline, Marauders are charging in, backed up by Plague Bearers. Barons of the Bog are going in after the Skeleton and the Ushaptis here. Arkan did drop a Liber Mortis to keep the Skeletons in the fight, so they're tanking some... Wait, it doesn't really matter. They tank some hits on the Marauders, but the rest are demons, so they all have magic attacks. Skeleton Summon is still being worked through by Tamarkan and his underlings. And that was a very nice delay on the Nurgle's advance by the Tomb Kings, giving the Chosen of the Gods and Ushaptis more time to pepper down the Nurgle formations, doing some really nice damage so far. Eyes of Desert already opening up at the Barons of the Bog, doing some very noticeable damage. Arkan the Black fighting in the middle of Marauders, probably the safest place he can fight right now to recharge his Tomb Blade. No, that's not Tomb Blade. Is Tomb Blade of Arcan. Oh, wait. Yeah, Chaos Tomb Blade is Kemler. Okay. The Tomb Blade of Arcan is getting recharged while he is in melee, but now Barons of the Bog. Yeah, Barons of the Bog is still taking damage, but Plague Bearers and both Barons of the Bog, they are both like very sturdy and they can hold on in the melee fight for quite a long while. However, in the front line, the Marauders are not quite holding. Even the Plague Bearers are losing in melee combat due to the anti-infantry Ushabti, who does have heavy armor to mitigate the non-armor piercing Plague Bearers. So things are not looking too great for the Nurgle army. Perhaps they can use some healing for now. Anyways, the middle section of the Tomb King formation is completely open, having those skeleton warriors to aid their comrades against the Plague Bearers. That opens up the Tomb King's defenses, allowing Tamarkin and the Chaos and the Cultists and the Nurgle Sorcerer, all of them just running into the mid-section and now threatening the Eyes of Desert. But ooh, a very nasty Spirit Leech draining the health away from the Nurgle Sorcerer, who is already on kind of a lower health. So things are not great. And then Sepulchral Stalker blasting in. Oh no, the Chaos Sorcerer of Nurgle. He might want to... Oh, no, never mind. I was thinking of saying he might want to cast some spells right now before he dies, but it doesn't really matter, as the Chosen of the Gods and Sepulchral Stalkers, the Ushabtis are all secured, and now it's just shutting down the Flurrying Axes. Plague Bearer summoned from the Nurgle Cultists, but the constructs can simply move away. Spirit Leech onto the Cultists of Nurgle, making sure that the characters of the Tomb Kings, of the Nurgle army, are just gonna get wrecked before they get to the late game, trying to really cut away the Nurgle character support. And I think that might just spell the end of the Nurgle army here, as the Nurgle army are just scattered all over the battlefield, and the Chosen of the Gods, the missiles of Tomb Kings, do have the initiative. It has the control over the battle here. There's nothing that the Nurgle army can do to threaten them, and they can simply move back, kite away, keep shooting, and all that. And yeah, if we go into fast forward here, well, we've already been in fast forward for quite a while. We can see that the Chosen of the Gods simply shoot down the Barons from afar, shoot down the Marauders from afar. Plague Bearers are still fighting Ushabtis and Skeletons, but they will be worn down eventually, while Arcan the Black is just enjoying the melee fight and recharging the Chaos Tomb Blade. Now, Tamarkin is getting slowly but surely worked down, especially with Eyes of the Desert blasting them with the Laser Venom. So yeah, that might just be it. And another couple volleys against Tamarkin just to really work down his HP, while Arcan just needs to stay the hell away from Tamarkin, and it will be fine. More lasers coming in, and as soon as he dies, that will be GG. GG to both players here. Though unfortunately, the Nurgle army just don't have enough push. A very nice use of the Skeleton Summon from Zurihan here, from the Tomb King's player, and this is a very solid build overall. A very solid box build with enough units to secure the front line here, stopping enemy pushing, while having the DPS doing all the work for you. And the Nurgle unfortunately didn't have enough mobility or just melee power to punch through the Tomb King's defenses. Alright, more replays. Let's just versus 0. Let me just check. That's Zurihan versus Borain, and Jayama got 2 more. Ooh. We have 2 High Elves versus Khorne matches today. Somebody's been playing Khorne a lot. Whoa, why? Whoa, what? Alright, I am downloading a dozen replays. And just copy and paste them. Alright, let's see. Borain versus Warties. Dark Elves versus the Vampire Coast. I think both armies are pretty decent here. Nurgle got absolutely outplayed them. I think it's mostly partly because the Nurgle army was not exactly optimal in fighting the Tomb King's army. Probably need more mobility and whatnot, but I would say that I'm not an expert in playing Nurgle, so I wouldn't say for sure that my opinion is anything too accurate here. It's just my opinion after all. But anyways, alright, back to the battle itself. Dark Elves versus Vampire Coves. The front line of Dread Spears and Blade Swords, a very standard mix, and backed up by a ton of Dark Shards. And then Supreme Sorceress of Fire and the Dark Riders leading... Oh wait, let me just check the tournament page, because I'm sure everyone has played their round by now, and I need to check who shall be fighting against each other to get... Oh wait, no. Okay, so people are still on their last round, and we might see a few 4 victories in the Swiss round or something. We shall see. We shall see. Anyways, we're back into the battlefield here. The Dark Elves going for a lot of missile play here. A ton of Dark Shards with shields, and then a bunch of Shades. Shades could have been forward deployed on the flanks here before, so that they don't have to like march all the way onto the other side of the map. But that's not exactly a lethal mistake or anything. It's just a lack of optimization, I would say. Dark Riders on the flanks moving up, just probably trying to pressure and threaten the Vampire Missile Core, and Supreme Sorceress of Fire to burn down zombie front lines. For the Vampire, a front line of a mixture of pistol mobs, deck gunners already opening up at Dark Shots from far away, Death Gods, and whole arm zombies, halberd zombies. Black Spots at the back there, raiding up with the AP Fire, and a sturdier backbone of Lamprey's Revenge, a couple Sirens to hold down enemy infantry. But yeah, Blackout Corsairs for the... Oh, there's a couple Blackout Corsairs on the flank for the Dark Elves, and they're just quickly slamming into melee combat and cutting through all these pistol mobs. Deck Gunners, they are quite fragile, so as soon as the Dark Shards get in range and start blasting them, they are absolutely annihilated. Probably should have deployed them further at the back, but the mortar pick for the Vampire is pretty good though. Like, just blasting away at the... Yeah, just really nuking the expensive missile core of the Dark Elves. Unfortunately, though, the front line of Vampire aren't really holding. A little bit of a crap summons from Salustra, trying to hold the front line, but that's not stopping the Bleak Swords from getting onto the mortar, shutting that one down. Dark Riders charging into Black Spots, but Black Spots do have anti-large and they're fighting back, beating up the Dark Riders instead. But more Dark Riders are coming in, now going after the other mortar. Things are in the favor of the Vampirates, interesting enough. But I think that as soon as the mortars got knocked out, that might not necessarily be the case here, as they're running out of options to deal with all of these missile infantry. And all these missile infantry can easily shoot up the Lamprey's Revenge, even with their solid tank stats. Oh, okay, and damn nice errant. That might come in handy to run down all these Shades at the back, exposed and undefended by anything. So yeah, that might work here. Let's see if they charge in and do any good damage here. Yep, did some nice damage and should be running them down, but a Burning Head on the Sirens absolutely annihilating the unit, and that is one last obstacle to think about. But right before going into the halberds, the Burning Head just switched targets and curved right behind them, dodging that unit, and went into the Dread Spears instead. Very, very unfortunate RNG over there. Damn Knights Errant cutting through some of these Shades, racking up some pretty decent value already, as the Shades are very expensive for missile infantry. Emperor's Revenge, though, being crossfired by a bunch of Dark Shards, not enjoying that whatsoever, as their armor are being completely ignored by the armor-piercing fire. And I think that Dark Elves do have an advantage now. The wand? Is that the wand blasting? Nope, never mind. A little bit of is that the Vangai's Revenge? Yes, it is the Vangai's Revenge, but it takes so long to wind up. Well, never mind. Yeah, it's easier to dodge, but I guess they didn't dodge up in time, as they only reacted as soon as the animation started playing, and by that time it's already way too late, equalizing the balance of power a bit and annihilating 2 tattered units of Dark Elf infantry. Now the Lamprey's Revenge are pushing and trying to deal with the back line, trying to secure the back line here, but unfortunately nothing is really dealing with the rest of the... Ooh, well, that's a little bit of unfortunate friendly fire. Fireball at Salastra doing some nice damage but exploding in the middle of Shades. And the Shades are getting cut down for now. But yeah, very unfortunate. I would say it's pretty unfortunate for the Vampire as they ran out of options to deal with the Dark Shards and whatnot. A little bit of a tight call, blasting the Dark Shards HP but not killing that many models, and they still have quite a bit of models left. Balance of power is in the favor of the Dark Elves at this point. Lamprey's Revenge are sitting ducks against all these AP fire, and they're completely blasted. And yeah, that's gonna be GG. Salastra getting swarmed by Black Aquasaurs. Now, for the army performances here, the Shades did pretty fine, and the Burning Hats too. But I think the true carries are some of these Dark Shards, although a couple of them didn't get any valor as they just got routed by the mortars, and they were not regrouped by the Dark Elf player. Definitely a bit of a mistake there, not activating your regrouped units and whatnot, but it is very easy to forget about them in the heat of battle, I would admit. So, yeah. GG, a very nice build from the Dark Elves, actually. I do think that the Vampire hosts lack mobility to deal with the possible missiles, so maybe a couple Scurvy Dogs would be nice in this build. Or bats, but Scurvy Dogs are more cost efficient, to be honest. Alright, Tinge versus Beastman. Changeling. Oh god, what are we looking at here? That's a very interesting option to pick. Changeling. Out of everything. Alright, let's check out the army builds here. What does the Changeling bring? The Green Knight! Now that is an interesting... I don't think that's a... I guess the Changeling... I guess Green Knight is a very powerful melee combatant. He's not that great though. I guess he does have a lot of physical resistance and ward save and whatnot, but then again, it's the Beastmen. They have Traderkin to directly bypass your physical resistance. So things aren't... This is not that good for the Green Knight for sure. Oh. I suppose he wants to just huddle the Green Knight in the forest and get some heals or something. But yeah, I am surprised by this choice. I've never seen anyone try to transform into a legendary hero, but this is one case, I suppose. Senegals with of Tinge, a front line of Marauders, a few Marauders with spears and regular Marauders, and a couple pink horrors. On the mobility side, we have some Chaos Knights of Tinge and a Chaos Sorcerer of Tinge. And yeah, that's it. Wait, what spells did he bring? Tinge Firestorm. Also an interesting spell option. I don't think it has been that effective so far. But yeah, anyways, Senegals fighting against their own Beastmen people. They're intercepted by the Harpies here, but they should be able to fight through them just fine. And the Green Knight will be able to snipe things out for sure if he gets into the right engagement. He is charging into the forest, so he's activating the Sacred Guardian, and now he's threatening the Brave Shaman. The Brave Shaman really needs to respawn with a Traderkin or something, drain away his health. But right now, things are not looking too hot for the Traderkin caster. Or Green Knight is actually struggling to land hits. Now he's getting some hits in and is hunting down the Traderkin caster. Flying Axes are moving in, but Chaos Knights are also moving in to run down the Angkor Raiders. Pink Horrors are being held back here, just trying to provide some anti-air fire. to work down the Harpies. Marauders are fighting against Zangors, and they're losing this fight. Unless they are overwhelming them in numbers. Oh, but Green Knight is getting some really good work done against the Brave Human, straight up shattering him. Oh boy. The Terror definitely comes in really handy in this scenario here. Just forcing an early route on the Trader King caster, and that might spell doom for the Beastmen, because they don't have any good ways to kill the Green Knight anymore, or the Changeling, depending on how you think about it. And yeah, Sandagors are running away, just trying to avoid the Butchers of Kalkengard, but they are catching up, and the little slaps in micro cost the Zangors a lot of HP. Frontline though, the Chaos Knights are running through a ton of unarmored Zangors and Ungors, and doing some really good damage, and the Ungors are just gonna get wrecked, but Siege Firestorm blasting through so much health from the Sandagors. A very nice cast for sure as well, having the enemy units blobbing up around the Green Knight, and that gave the Firestorm a perfect opportunity to nuke these Sandagors. A full health unit down to almost 0 at this point. Things are quite brutal indeed. The Chaos Knights of Tinge are now pressuring away the Sandagors. Not that they can catch up, but they can try to use their shields to absorb some of the shots. And once the Sandagors stop running, they can charge in and do a little bit more damage. Green Knight comes in once again, fighting Morgor the Shadowgave, while the rest of the Beastman army is in a bit of a disarray. The Chaos Spawn is being summoned to try and hold the line, and they can probably do some damage against the Pink Horrors as well, but let's see. Let's see. Now the Zangors, there's only one unit of Zangor and two units of Zangor holding the line in the front line, but I don't think these guys are going to hold any longer. Having enemies flanking and recharging them. Yep, they're gone for right away. Butchers of Kalkengard still being very healthy though, and the Harpies are flooding into support, though Morgor the Shadowgave, he is tanky with regeneration and whatnot, but against a dedicated duelist like the Green Knight, he will struggle. Though the Chaos Knights are being tied down quite a bit, so they might actually get dragged down by the Chaos Spawn. Like 2 units of Chaos Spawns are in the area now. Ooh, a Firestorm is being activated, and the Ungor Spears are running straight into it. Look at the damage on these guys. Having the Warp Flame, in fact, also accelerated the rate. Accelerated the damage on these guys' HP, and yeah, they're taking quite a bit of losses. Sandagors cycle charging around the battlefield, just trying to run down the squishier parts of the Tinge army, like these Pink Horrors here. The Chaos Knights are being pushed back, so the Harpies are free to just harass the Pink Horrors, but the Green Knight is still fighting though, and they need to be careful about it. Butchers of Kalkengard fighting in the support of the Chaos Spawn and Ungor Spears, and they are holding for now, but their regeneration trait is indeed... Oh wait, not really cut down for now, because there's nothing with the Warp Flame hitting them. But as soon as the Pink Horrors fire in, they will start slowing down in terms of healing, while the Chaos Knights are charging into the fray, trying to hold down the Beastman monsters. RP still pressuring the Pink Horrors, and some Siege Knights have regrouped. Morgor the Shadowgave has been regenerating, but taking some big hits from the Green Knight or Changeling. This is not going great for Morgor, but Balance of Fire is still in the favor of Beastmen, because they still have quite a bit of skirmishing firepower left, working through the HP of the Chaos Knights. But if the Pink Horrors can come back and start firing again, then things are going completely different for the Beastmen for sure. Witches of Kalkengard need to support Morgor against the Green Knight, but we shall see if they can bail out their leader from this sticky situation here, as the Green Knight is still a very strong combatant. He is not in the forest, so he's not getting healing for now, but he can always try to pull out and get some healing again. Also, he's not taking much damage due to his physical resistance and the lack of Traderkin on the field, so losing that Traderkin definitely costs the Beastmen a lot here. Perhaps even costing them victory if they can't kill the Green Knight and allow the Green Knight to snipe out Morgor. But right now, the Butchers are doing some good work, and the Green Knight is taking damage steadily. Siege Firestorm once again activated, but the Sandagors simply run away, though the Pink Horrors are blasting them a bit and taking away some of their health. But here comes the charge from the Sandagors, slamming into them. The impact damage was immense, while the fallout from the Zangors are surrounding them, cutting down the Pink Horrors. And the pink horror is already down to half health, quickly dropping into demonic instability, and that might just be it for the pink horrors. And even the green knight cannot carry the day. Yeah, this might be it. It's just the green knight and the siege caster now. There's no more missiles to deal with the throwing axes, and the green knight can't just carry this alone. Not when he's outside the forest. He needs to get back into the forest, get that healing, and perhaps try to tank it out. But it's still hard though. He can't snipe out Morgan. Morgan actually managed to out-heal whatever damage he caused, and that is just the end. GG to both players here. Very interesting use of the Changeling, bringing out the Green Knight, but he did some pretty good work sniping out the Trader King caster, but the Beastman managed to pull back with the sheer amount of flooring axes, really. Doing some really solid damage, and the Butchers holding the line with their regeneration and solid melee stats. Yeah, GG. What's next? We've seen that already. Yeah, we see. No, haven't seen that. We haven't seen that either. Interesting. Zero is just. What? Oh. Zero as the Changeling player. He's just using Changeling in every game. What the hell? This is insane. I love him. I love this. I love his balls here. Oh wait, that sounds horribly wrong. The steel balls to bring Changeling in every single battle. That's some serious guts. That sounds very wrong. Anyways, yeah. Don't. The balls on this guy is like, it's like the titanium balls of the state troops, really. Everyone forget about what I just said. Yeah. Anyways, Valnir going for. I think he might just be going for a pure Skaven builds now. Warpstone Enjoyer. Alright, cool. Skaven's going with a ton of Red Ogres and 4 units of Night Runners. I think that's a very staple core for his build now. That might just be how he plays Skavens in general. Like, every Skaven build for him is like 4 Night Runners. Oh no, it's gonna be on the internet forever. Whoa, what have I done? Alright, cool. Anyways, Nantibull sharpshooters and Warlock Jezzails ready to snipe out, ready to counter shoot the Hogland Long Rivals. But and other than that, a ton of Skaven slaves and Calamari Spears, Red Ogres guarding the Zap. More Ixchias Triads. I love this choice, and Ashen leadership here. Ashen Sorcerer with Ninja Star and just Ninja Star to snipe enemy Lord. Snitch, just hiding away, biding time while the rest of the army pushes up and try to pressure the Hogland rifles on the Empire side. And man, they're taking a lot of damage. A front line of Empire spears are trying to hold, but they are not far enough to screen away the Jezzails, unfortunately, and the Jezzails are easily shooting up the Hogland long rifles. Oh yeah, the Warp Star might actually be good at targeting other units now as well with their increased projectiles. Actually, I need to check out Sneaky. Vindictive Glare might be an interesting choice as well. But anyways, Jezzails are absolutely wrecking all these Hogland rivals, and Ashen Sorcerer getting hit by Boris Todbringer. But a bit of a Deathmaster Sigil pinned him down, allowing the Jezzails to do some damage to him while the Red Ogres are moving up and all that. Night Runners are being run down instead by the Outriders with grenade launchers, Empire Knights charging in as well. But the Night Runners have done their job distracting enemy units and allowing the Jezzails to work through the Hogland long rifles here. Nantibull's sharpshooters still took quite a bit of damage, but the Hogland long rifles took some heavy losses over time. Now, what is the Zap-Zap's gonna do? And they nuked the grenade launchers. That's pretty good. That's some pretty good work. But here comes an impassable terrain blocking the shots. And yeah. Empire Knights pitting down a ton of... This is a bit of a mistake on the Skaven player. Allowing a lot of troops to just pile onto one unit of Empire Knights, and they could have been used elsewhere on the battlefield. For example, these Empire Knights are rushing forward, and the Warlord yourselves are being outgunned by the sheer numbers of the Hawkline Law Rifles. 4 of them managed to overwhelm the Warlord yourselves despite their silver shields. And yeah, the Warlord yourselves are, I think, done for. Now the Natty Bull sharpshooters are being shot at. I think they're revealed. Yeah, they have been revealed, so it's free real estate for the Natty Bull sharpshooter. Something is doing damage to them though, not sure what. I think it might be the Ninja Sword. It might be the Ninja Sword. Yeah, it's probably the Ninja Sword doing some good damage against the Hawkline Rifles. Though the Natty Bull sharpshooters are probably not going to win this fight, having multiple Hawkline Rifles shooting them. A burning head from the Bright Wizard, burning down a bunch of Skavens. Pretty nice stuff. Pretty nice stuff. And the Skaven slaves are routed from the... Oof. Skaven slaves have been routed away from the burnt leadership effect, but now the King's have been targeted by the Hawkline Rifles. They should be able to snipe down the artillery models eventually, but the Natty Boobles are kind of secured for now, as they have been dealt with the Hawkline Rifles. Although there are state troops closing in, then they need to really start running. They have some decent armor, but they can't just take the damage from all of these and get dragged into melee either. So yeah, they should start running while the state troops continues to push. Here comes the Extra Strides trying to slow down the enemies. Boris, though, free reign over the battlefield, simply just drops onto the King Zap-Zap, who has most of their unit models annihilated by the Hawkline Rifles, now terrified by Boris as well. Things are still slightly in favor of the... Wait, why are they... yeah, still slightly in favor of the Skavens for now. Though Deathmaster Snitch managed to catch the Bright Wizard here. Cut him down to half HP, and then Deathmaster Stingel pinning him down, preventing him from running away. And that might just be the end of the spellcaster of the Empire. And no more Burning Head for the Empire to wreck their Skaven leadership. Also, Red Ogres might want to just start moving against the long rifles now. Indeed, they're doing that. Oh, and the Bright Wizard is shattered. Balance of power is in the even territory now, as Boris healing is slowly pulling back that balance of power, and Empire Knights is still running rampant on the battlefield. Snitch and the Red Ogres are going in, trying to just deal with some of these mobility, but I don't know if they have enough gas left in them to cut through so many Empire Knights. These Red Ogres can definitely help them out, while the Hawkline Long Rifles continues to pepper down the Red Ogres. There's still a sheer amount of Skaven troops left on the battlefield, grinding through the state troops, and because the Empire no longer has Bright Wizard, they just don't have that AoE damage firepower to clear out so many Skavens. They'll have to rely on Boris and his Crush the Weak and Crush the Weak and Blood Roar to nuke the leadership of all these Skaven units, but let's see if that is enough here. As the Red Ogres, thanks to the support of Snitch as well, managed to deal with the Empire Knights. There's still one Empire Knights over here doing some good work, and Deathmaster trying to use a concealment bomb to hide himself away, but he's a little bit too close and just got shot by the Hawkline Long Rifles. Now he is close enough and should be able to dispatch these Hawkline Long Rifles. Multiple Red Ogres are charging into the Empire Knights, and their armor piercing should be able to overload the Empire Knights in terms of sheer numbers and damage, especially without Hawkline Long Rifles supporting the fight anymore. Boris still is trying to roam around the battlefield, routing whatever missiles he can, but oh yeah, he actually managed to rout off the Geek Zap-Zap, who managed to regroup for a second here. Now they regrouped again and will go back to the artillery model. Natty Bobo's sharpshooters have also returned. It is just Boris, pretty much Boris versus the world here, as the state troops, other than being a neat little anvil, can't really do much against all these Skaven troops. We'll go back into fast forward. Oops, some Hawkline rifles managed to regroup. We'll go back into fast forward here. And As Snitch, being a mobility himself, he's rather fast, so managed to just go in and turn himself into a Beyblade, spin down all these Empire Knights and Homeland Law Rifles. Empire Knights was trying to intercept him, but got Beyblade to death. Oh well. But yeah, balance of power is in the favor of the Skavens now, since they do have some relatively healthy leadership. A Ninja Star against Boris would be really helpful right now. Kale, yeah, it is indeed your game. And we'll be going into a bit of fast forward, as the Skavens are trying to regroup, while Empire really trying hard to snap out Snitch. But here comes the Extras Triad, which is indeed a pretty much of a big issue for Boris, as their Weeping Blade and Armor Piercing and Anti-Infantry, Anti-Large Bonus will all be very good against Boris, helping the rest of the Skavens to do more damage against Boris. And Boris' healing cap is in sight. That one lone AK Zap is still shooting at Boris, poking away at his health. State troops fighting against Clan Rats, and the fight was quite even, but then Boris dives down, getting pinned down by Extras Triads and 2 Ashen characters. He is gonna fall. Very good game from the Empire players still. And Hotland Long Rifles are really good. I really love these guys. But yeah, relying so much on Hotland Long Rifles might not be a good thing, though. I don't know. Like, for my approach against the Skavens, I would just bring a bunch of state troops, Boris, and perhaps the Sunmaker, just to nuke whatever I can see on the Skaven side. But of course, Sunmaker is not necessarily the best these days, but yeah. Maybe just a bunch of Huntsmen myself would be a nice choice, I would say, just to shoot down the Red Ogres and whatnot. But yeah. Very good game from both sides here. Jazales and Zap Zap did some good damage as well. But yeah, let's just move on to the next battle here. This is Geraldo. Oh, I think we're done with the last battles. Last round. So we will be checking out. Oh, guess we don't need. We might not need a final winner decider anymore. Because there's only one player with 4 Swiss points. Graudo, Wirtus, CNM, and Greyhawk. Yeah, I think everyone played, and the only... Yeah, and I think that there's only one player with 4 Swiss points. Goose can still get it. Oh, right, yeah, he's... Oh, right, he's up there in the bracket. Versus Jaema. So let's see, do we have a final showdown between 2 players here? It will be a best of 1. For the brevity of things, and my voice is... getting there. Anyways, now Chaos Dwarf from Geraldo versus Zero as Tinge. Once again bringing in the Changeling. Let's see what this Changeling is gonna change into. I can't actually see that for now. So let's just check the army builds, battlefield. 5 Forsaken. 2 units of okay, let's slow down here. 2 units of regular Chaos Spawns of Tinge and 1 weird spawn. Very weird, for sure. And then at the back there's a single Cultist of Tinge. Oh, 2 more units of Mobility Screamers of Tinge for anti-large armor piercing. Oh, just got a message. Give me a second. Okay, cool. Alright, army belts. Other than that, Changeling, a Cultist of Tinge with a Lure of Fire with only Cascading Fire Cloak and 1 of Whimsy. Ah, interesting build. So basically the idea is probably just try to keep spamming 1 of Whimsy and get those melee attack buffs, including getting the Changeling changing into something to give attack buffs. And Frog, not bad. The healing will be mitigated by the fire damage of the Is that a direct quake mortar? No, that's the Damon's Tongue. No, I haven't seen a direct quake mortar in a long while. I was confused. But yeah, I guess if you just get Throg out and just keep spamming change fight or die, that stacks onto that melee attack. So it's not bad. Anyways, so Blazing Beards in the front. Anyways, on the other side of the battlefield, Blazing Beards mix in with Infernal Iron Swan and Orc Laborers at the back there, Goblin Laborers and Hobgoblin Archers, Goblin Laborers as well, Hobgoblin Wolf Raiders with Orc-Lycan's Wolf Boys. More Hobgoblin Wolf Raiders with bows and a couple regular Hobgoblin Archers, Astrogolf leading the army, and Demon's Tongue. That's it for army builds on both sides. Now let's just get the battle rolling, as the Siege army is just gonna move forward with their melee attack spam. Gotta keep up the spell micro and more respect to the Changeling player for a unique strat. Yeah, definitely. I really appreciate seeing Changeling being used in different capacity. Actually, Changeling can open up Siege to so many new tactics. I'm curious what else you can do with him, but I don't really know for sure for now. Forsaken of Siege getting welcomed by a warm explosive welcome, but their shields took most of the damage, which is good news. Still, they have their shield knocked out, so they are just gonna be taking damage for now. Oh god, the Blazing Beards and then the Archer Fire at the back there. It's just nuking the spawns of Siege. Some of these Forsaken managed to get through the defenses and are now getting into the back line with the help of the Screamers trying to work through the Archers, but the Wolf Raiders with their skirmishing firepower would be a bit rough for this Siege build to deal with. And then the Demon's Tongue, of course, blasting away at the Siege army point blank. So things are getting quite finicky for the Siege army for sure. Already balance of heart is in favor of the Chaos Dwarves. Still, more of these Forsakens are getting into the back line, while the spawns of Siege continues to apply that armor sundering. Nope, they're not getting the hits into the Blazing Beards yet, so they actually aren't sundering the Blazing Beards. On the other side, these Infernal Iron Swan are sundered, but still having 95 armor, the armor debuff isn't as great as you might imagine. Throg is, well, or Changeling is fighting in the mix, but things are not looking too great for the Siege army. They're pushing for sure, but the key units of the Chaos Dwarves are still rather healthy, while the Siege army is slowly losing steam. Go Norska. Technically it is Norska, I suppose. One unit is Norskan. But yeah, the Forsaken are slowly taking more and more damage, and the Cultist is getting bodied by Astrogolf. Oh, that hurts. And yeah, that might just be it, as the last of the Screamers are getting finished off, fading away from reality, and the Archers keeps firing in to finish off the whatever units left on the Siege side. The Weird Spawn are still fighting, getting that fight or die melee buff, but the Archers are just whittling down their health steadily. Forsaken, even with 85 armor, still gets worn down over time. And of course, there's also Demon's Tongue, always ready to just slam into their back and blast them with flamethrowers. So GG to both players once again, but unfortunately this melee rush is kind of counteracted by a bit of a semi-box and semi-kite build from the Chaos Dwarves. GG. Next up, we have quite a few corn games today, actually. Joanna going for both Eye Elf battles, but let's see. Alright, let me just reply to Troughs better than Dowie's? Nah, that's a grudgeon. That's a grudgeon for sure. Alright, army builds. High Elves, a front line of spears, very staunch, and then a back line, second line of archers. 2 Loven Sea Guard and 2 Sisters of Avalon, and 3 more units of Sylvan Guards at the back. a unit of Illyrian Weavers, 2 units of Illyrian Weavers, and a single Star Dragon, with Tackless coming in with Regrowth to support with that healing, and Net of Amentok. Of course, Tackless has healing for himself in the form of Potion of Sharoi. On the other side of the battlefield, the Khorne is rushing with Marauders in the front line, dual weapon, Marauders in the back, and then Minotaurs of Khorne with great weapons, very standard stuff here, and then 2 more units of Halberd Warriors. Some Flesh Hounds, haven't seen these guys in a while actually, I don't know why, but I just don't think I've seen a lot of Khorne games recently. And Cultists of Khorne supporting Valkyr the Bloody, Cultists of course bringing in the Bloodletter Summon, which can be quite threatening against the Sisters of Avalon if they were dropped right into them. Anyways, the Spears will be holding the front line, but I would argue that you might want the Silver Guard in the front and then regular Spears at the back, so that the regular Spears can hold the line a little longer for the archers to shoot. But either ways, archers opening up at the Minotaurs, doing some very noticeable damage. But here comes the Khorne Bite, the Blood Shrine of Khorne, just going straight through the gaps of the spears and slamming into the Sisters of Avalon, while the sheer number of Marauders means that the spears can't react to every single threat that is trying to pass through the gaps of their defenses. Marauders manage to get through, and the Sisters will be pressured away. Silver Guards are reacting now, trying to plug the gaps, but there's also Valkyr the Bloody diving down. Illyrian Weavers are slamming in, just trying to pin down the Blood Bike, while the Star Dragon has to use his Breath Attack. You might want to use his Breath Attack onto some of these Minotaurs. Yep, he's backing off right now, and let's see if he uses the Breath Attacks. But yeah, the archer line of the High Elves are completely compromised for now, not really shooting anywhere. Loven Sea Guard are still shooting at the Minotaurs, actually managed to rout them off, but these Minotaurs are, well, they're gonna get shot at a volley, quite painful volley for now, and then alright, here comes a Breath Attack. 2 for 1. Yep. No, it's mostly just hitting 1 unit of Marauders and doing some okay damage. Not the best though. However, Illyrian Weavers are being overwhelmed by multiple units of Flesh Hounds, and they have been routed. Marauders are moving in, cutting down the Loven Sea God alongside the Chaos Warriors with Halberds. Spearmen holding the line for now. Cultists of Khorne moving in. But I do wonder when will he drop that Bloodletter Summon. That would be a good chance to just tie down the Eagle Club Authority and the Sisters. But the Spear of Slumnia did some good damage, and the Blood Shrine is already in the mix, so I guess he doesn't really need that summon for now. Like, you probably want the Armor Piercing melee with the to deal with the Silvern Guard instead. But for now, the Flesh Hounds are holding back, and the Silvern Guard are kind of standing idle. They need to really engage it now and start fighting something. Oh, here comes the Bloodletter Summon alongside some push from the Chaos Warriors. That's a lot of armor-piercing melee fighting power, but the Bloodletters are going after the Loven Sea Guard. Not a bad choice, considering their anti-infantry bonus will cut through the Loven Sea Guard quite quickly indeed. Star Dragon taking damage over time, and is Tackless casting something on? Yep, Net of Amentok pinning down the Minotaurs, while the Eagle Club Boltthrower is trying to move up and start shooting, but here comes the Blood Bike, side-swiping these Eagle Club Bolththrowers, and they're unable to shoot. And the opportunity of pinning down the Minotaurs have been wasted. Another Breath Attack, this time onto the Chaos Warriors. This is a 2 for 1, hitting both the Warriors and the Marauders, doing some pretty nice damage. Now, he just needs to follow up with a charge. Yep, indeed, there it goes, to tear out the regular Marauders and help the Silver Guard hold a little longer in here. Though here comes Valkyr, and she might apply that on fire effect with her melee attacks and slow down the healing, but looks like the Star Dragon managed to get out of dodge in time and will be going after the Blood Bike, which is also applying fire damage, so not necessarily the best target to fight now, but if the Dragon can hold on, it's fine, as long as he can avoid getting hit. Oh, a big sword coming in, slamming these Silvern Guards. Ah, that hurts. Down to a quarter of their HP, and they're almost losing their martial prowess and their additional melee defense. This might be a bit rough. Loven Sea Guard and Sisters of Avalon still shooting around. The Star Dragon will be roaming the battlefield and try to stop whatever threat that are trying to go after the Sisters. Oh, these are Talons of Torgaleda. Okay, not as good. While Tackless is just avoiding any fights, as he is on a horse only, so he's not as good of a melee combatant. But I would say he is still capable enough to go help fight the Blood Shrine, which is getting just free value right now, just fighting through a bunch of sisters, and the Eagle Club also were disrupting their shooting. And things are not looking too great for the High Elf army, as they're losing all their front line. Now it is just the missiles and the Star Dragon, who took a lot of damage since we last saw him, as he is surrounded by Valkyria, the cultists of Khorne, and some Halberd warriors. Yeah, this is a bit rough for the Star Dragon here. He needs to get out of dodge, and yeah, he's getting out of there. But there's still so many Chaos Warriors to deal with, so I don't know what's gonna happen for now. Especially Teclis does not have his bound fiery convocation here and cannot blast those warriors with his AoE damage. And now the Chaos Warriors are surrounding the Star Dragon with their halberds. Sisters of Avalon moving in, trying to shoot at the Minotaurs. The dragon also did some good damage against the Khorne monsters, but Valkyria and the halberds are really cutting through the HP of the Star Dragon. This might be the end of the Star Dragon and the end of the High Elves. We'll be going into fast forward here. As the Star Dragon has been routed, Teclis alone cannot return this battle around. A regrowth on the Star Dragon, but oh wow, the Star Dragon actually managed to regroup right before the white line, so giving the High Elves a little bit more of a fighting chance. Let's see how much can the regrowth do. Last one, breath attack, unfortunately mostly wasted, as the formation of the Khorne army is very scattered there. Teclis still fighting using Potion of Sharoi, healing himself back up, but here comes Valkyria and the Bloodbike fighting, double teaming the Star Dragon, while Teclis does not want to get tangled in this fight. That might just be the end of this. That might be the true end of the Star Dragon now, with nothing to save him. So yeah, that shall be army losses. GG to both Jayama and Corvus Glaive. A bit of a micro on some of these Minotaurs here, I'm afraid, but very good use of Valkyria the Bloody and the halberds. And the Star Dragon wasn't able to earn that much valor, unfortunately. I would argue that Teclis on his Skittles bird would be a better choice than Teclis and the Star Dragon. Just because you're investing into Teclis himself anyway, so might as well just give him a better combat mount and just save up funds to get something else, perhaps. Like regular Phoenix, Flamespire Phoenix might not be a bad choice considering their fire resistance, but yeah, very nice use of the overwhelming numbers of the Marauders, just running through the gaps of the spears, and Jayama might be a bit slow in terms of using the silver helms, and the back line was largely compromised, unfortunately. The other much better list. Yeah, this list of High Elves might have a lack of infantry to fend off enemy Marauders in general, actually. A lot of them went into the monsters, so. Alright, this is a very standard High Elves list now. And I appreciate the War Lions, actually. And we'll check out the... Alright, hold on a second, help it check. Tournament opponents. Somebody tagged me. Alright, cool. Somebody tagged me to send replays, that's fine. Let me just pause the game for a bit and let me check the tournament page. And see who managed to get 4 wins. Alright, it's just Geraldo and CZ3RNY duking it out. So I think it is safe to say Zurihan is the winner of this tourney. As I don't think anyone else has... Yeah, I don't think anyone else can get 4 wins in this tournament. Yeah, that might just be it. Don't record when new player tournament had this many 3-1s. That is... I haven't been watching new player tournaments recently because I have quite a bit of workload on my job, so I don't know how actually things go. I just remember there are quite a few 4 wins straight up in the last tournament. But yeah, I didn't watch the whole thing. But anyways, for the army builds here, High Elves versus Khorne. Once again, Jayama going for a High Elves. This time, Spearmen front line, second line of White Lions. 2 of them only, but yeah, good enough. And then 3 units of Loven Sea God for their firepower, 2 units of War Lions for a bit of anti-mobility mass, and 11 Reavers, Mage of Life supporting, and 11 Reaver Archers to kite away. Skull Crushers of Khorne on the Khorne side, and Furies, more Furies, a front line of Chaos Warriors with their heavy metal, and then Marauders of Khorne with dual weapons, just going for a slightly faster flanking force. Halberd Warriors and Exalted Bloodthirster leading the army. Houses of Khorne just YOLOing into combat, just trying to get into, just trying to charge up the Gate of Khorne as soon as possible, I believe. And the War Lions trying to do a sneaky charge onto the Chaos Warriors, but they are taking quite a bit of counter damage. Now Marauders are charging into spears, but Imric is here to intercept and interrupt their attacks. War Lions are also piling in, and these Marauders are not having a good time whatsoever. Some of these warriors are perhaps should just sneak through the gap here, but I guess that's what the Bloodthirster is doing. Furies diving down onto the Loven Sea God, and the Bloodthirster are also marching in. Do you bring anything? No Fire Breath, just Burning Rage and Deathbringer and Bloodthirst. I would say just skip Burning Rage, because the explosion isn't that good anyways. But anyways, the flanking forces of the Marauders of Khorne are moving in with their dual weapons, but they're fighting against White Lions, and they will lose that fight due to their lack of AP. Skull Crushers are crushing the skulls of the 11 Reavers, which is great for Khorne, but the Khorne Marauders are being beaten back, and Warriors are not exactly having the best success in cutting through the spears either. As the Warriors are taking more and more damage, Imric diving down, and they might just get routed off away. Where are the War Lions at? Oh, War Lions are here, chewing through the Marauders, doing some really good work, and White Lions are getting some damage done. These Chaos Warriors are grinding down the spears, but unfortunately, I don't think they're gonna get through anytime soon, unless the Skull Crushers are crushing them once more. Or, yeah, they're crushing the skulls of their opponents' spears. Yeah. Anyways, Chaos Furies harassing the 11 Reaver Archers, while Chaos Warriors now manage to make some headway with the help of the Exalted Bloodthirster here, breaching some of the defenses of the High Elves, but the Bloodthirster is taking some noticeable damage. Elders of Khorne still probably needs some more time to recharge his little Gate of Khorne there. So that's not gonna... So he's still gonna be fighting and getting dragged into melee and whatnot. Chaos Warriors keep fighting. Relentless Rage makes them unbreakable and undiable. Invincible. Well, they're not invincible, but they just can't die. So they're getting dragged down, but they're fighting. Excuse me, for a sec there. Archangel is still... Oh, Archangel just sent me a... Oh, okay. Geraldo might be able to... Wait. I don't think Geraldo can get it. Yeah, I don't think Geraldo can get a 4th win. Hold on a second. Anyways, I'll check that one out later. Let's go back to the battle itself. Chaos Warriors of Khorne now being overwhelmed. Their Relentless Rage also worn off, so they can start dying now. They're completely overwhelmed by Spears and War Lions. Some Marauders are coming back to help out, but this might not be enough. Bloodthirster going after the Mage of Life right now, and also a Gate of Khorne summon. Either trying to pin down the pin down the Mage of Life, or trying to cut through the Loven Sea God, or maybe it's just both at this point. Now the Bloodthirster managed to catch up to the Mage of Life on foot, and she is taking a big hit in the face, and she straight up shatters from the Bloodthirster. So no more healing for Imric, though he is still very much healthy right now, and can probably get some solid work done without needing the heals. Now the Bloodlancers are going somewhere. They should just keep fighting the Loven Sea God if anything. So a bit of a mistake in micro. Shouldn't try to go after the White Lions, honestly, but alas, it is what it is. So a missed opportunity to sort things out with the Loven Sea God. While Imric just running down some Marauders of Khorne on the far side. Skull Crushers still stuck in this fight since we last saw them. This might have been a mistake here, just slamming into the back of the unit, but forgetting to pull them out, and they will be cut down. They have been cut down by the White Lions, getting some very solid value, while the Skull Crushers not so much themselves. Colossus of Khorne, now that he has used up his summon, doesn't really have much else to do now, other than just being annoying and sticking into melee fights. Balance of Power is in favor of High Elves though, because Imrik is still very much healthy, while the Lothern Seaguard are slowly peppering down the rest of the tattered Khorne forces. And yeah, that might just be the end of the Khorne army here. We'll be doing a bit of fast forward here, as the last of the Marauders and Warriors are being pushed back by the War Lions. War Lions a really nice pick here with their anti-infantry armor piercing. Did some good damage to the Warriors, and Imrik slams the poor cultist. Now it is down to just the Bloodthirster. Going for a head-on duel against Imrik, though, with the fire support and the rest of the spears poking at his back. Well, there goes the Bloodthirster. There goes the Greater Demon. And yeah, nice job from Jaema here, coming back with a much stronger build. And the White Lions did some really good job, and I like the War Lions as well. GG. Yeah, the High Elves overall did pretty well with their units, and I think the Khorne army could have used a little bit more micro on the Skull Crushers. Remember to bring them out to do some cycle charging around the map instead of just getting stuck on the same unit. And also, like, if you already drop a summon unit on top of another unit, might as well just leave them in there and fight it out. Sending them over to another fight just makes them waste their time in running around, and they're literally living on a countdown. Like, if you send them running over at something, they will just waste their countdown and just dies when the timer runs out without accomplishing as much as they could have. We're seeing a lot of Khorne. Oh, Corvus Glaive probably just playing Khorne today, which might explain it. Oh, Zero went for Khorne this time. Okay, interesting. Either ways, I am... give me a 2-minute break. I need to run off to get some stuff done, and then I'll be returning to cast more games. But yeah, overall, I think the tournament is over. Just having a lot of replays to cast by now. And there's a clear winner of Zuri Han. So yeah. Oh, I also need to message Human Boy. Oh wait, no, never mind. I think, yeah, admin stuff sorted out now. The tournament has ended. We do have a clear winner. I just need to check whether I need to go through anything else. Okay, I don't need to go through anything else. I can just, like, sign it off in the back end, which I have access to. But yeah. Alright, cool. Let me just quickly get my stuff sorted outside, and I'll be back to keep casting a ton more battles. We still have like a couple dozen more replays to go. So yeah, just hang around, and I'll be back shortly for more battle replays. Alright everyone, I'm back. What, Cyrus? What bother who to get him watch free run? Well, anyways, I recommend everyone who watches anime watch free run, since Cyrus mentioned it. It's very good anime. And very heartwarming story and whatnot. But anyways, this is a Warhammer stream, so we're back to Warhammer. Anyway, so, for the next battle, Hellion versus Corvus Glaive. Tomb Kings versus Khorne. For Hellion, it is a standard Tomb King box with a quite sturdy elite, well, relatively elite infantry line. Tomb Kings with their Tomb Guards. Tomb Guards actually has really good defensive stats, so they can hold the line for much longer than regular skeletons and whatnot. Skeleton Warriors mixed in with Tomb Guards for the front line. 47 melee defense without any buff, so they can and will hold the line. 3 Usurp to add a bit more mass in case there are monsters and bikes and whatnot. And then multiple Sepulchral Stalkers and yeah, one of them Eyes of Desert. That's pretty much it for the major army. Arcane the Black is here, dropping Spirit Leeches onto Valkia, who only has 25% spell resistance, so will still take noticeable damage. Not activating that Demon Shield has been a mistake for sure, as she was not able to mitigate the incoming damage. Like, every little bit counts, right? So, yeah, a bit of unfortunate, a little bit unfortunate there. Minotaurs of Khorne slamming into the Ushabtis. Minotaurs of Khorne probably will win this fight, as the Ushabti were charging into the Marauders and not actually charging into the Minotaurs. Marauders are cutting through the skeletons just fine, though the Tomb Guards are holding on slightly better, I think. Yeah, Tomb Guards are holding much better. Now, the first Realm of Souls has been activated, keeping the Tomb Kings in the fight for now, but Skeleton Warriors are taking some damage from the Spear of Sleipnir. But these are the summoned ones though, so a bit of a waste of the Spear of Sleipnir. You want to use it on something more expensive, say like Tomb Gods. And the Black Flash Hounds swarming the Sepulchral Stalkers, but the Sepulchral Stalkers with heavy armor and anti-arch will be able to hold their own for a bit, while the Tomb Gods are moving into support. But the Doom and Darkness also just trying to drop the leadership of the Flash Hounds and force them into earlier demonic instability. In the front line though, the skeletons are crumbling, allowing the Chaos Warriors, Halberds and Marauders to flood through. A little bit of an Ushabti summon has been attempted, but it's a little bit too late here as the Khorne infantry moves forward, missing, and the summon has been missed. Doom and Darkness was not able to break the Flash Hounds, and they will continue the fight. Another Spirit Leech on Valkia, draining her health away, but things are not looking too good for the Tomb Kings here, as their front line is completely wrecked by the Khorne Rush. Other than this combo of Tomb Gods and Ushabtis. Now Marauders are moving in against the Eyes of Desert. Yeah, the Eyes of Desert will be dragged down by Valkia as well, who are infantry size, and their anti-large bonus doesn't work against her or the Marauders. I think this might be it for the Tomb Kings here, as their missiles are pretty much compromised without anything they can do to like save them. No mobility, no monsters. Those Shaptis are being dragged down by Halberd Warriors, and Sepulchral Stalkers are tied down by the sheer number of Khorne troops. We'll go into fast forward here as the Tomb Gods are slowly being dragged down. Another Spirit Leech on Valkia, draining her health but not fast enough thanks to that 25% of spell resistance. And that shall be it for the Tomb Kings. GG. Yeah, the Khorne Rush is pretty brutal here, and the skeletons simply can't stand up to the aggressive stats of the Khorne army. And these Flash Hounds did a lot of damage to the Eyes of Desert for sure. Yeah. Next up, Beastmen versus Khorne. Let's mix up a bit. Like this time, Poetic Goose versus with his Empire versus the Beastmen. This is a leadership debuff combo, isn't it? Theodore, Wizard with Doom Magic, and hey Zagos, a lot of popcorn today, indeed. I think that's mostly because there's one player, just keep playing Khorne. But yeah, a lot of popcorn. Aura's coming in with Crush the Weak and the Crush the Weak and Blood Roar, and then there's the Wonder of the Age for the arcing artillery, I believe. The cannon shot already opening fire at the Brave Shaman, but not quite hitting. Theodore coming in with the nothing but Titan Headsman, Storm Lens, and Fearsome Combatant. Fearsome Combatant is the more important thing here for the leadership debuff against Beastmen, which is a very flimsy faction in terms of leadership, and then combined with the 12 leadership debuff of Forest Hellbringer, that's minus 16, and then another 12 from the Doom and Darkness of the Death Caster, that's... Oh wait, no, Doom and Darkness, interesting. So, I guess just bringing this basic minus 16 leadership, I suppose. Anyway, archers and Free Company Militia, Grundle's defenders defending the Hammer of Witches. No, just Great Cannons, actually. And some Empire Knights at the back. Harpies are swarming the artillery, so Empire Knights are needed to protect them. And also, they need to fend off the Beastmen as well. Though, unfortunately, Beastmen YOLOing Torox into the front line, subjecting him to a lot of incoming damage from the archers, from Free Company Militia, and Theodore Bruckner. And he's already down to half health. And also cannons, don't forget about cannons, very important here. Minotaurs with great weapons are rushing in, possibly trying to plow into the back line, both units targeting the same area of the formation, while the Beastmen are trying to, some Angors are trying to flank around with their spears. Razorgore hurts, so they can probably trade decent into Empire Knights and Chaos Warhounds with poison to run down enemy backline. And the Empire backline is compromised as the Minotaurs are pushing into the missile troops. Empire Knights are trying their best to fend off the enemy monstrous forces, but this is not necessarily working too well here. Oh, is this this is a Purple Son of Zerus dropping into the Grundle's defenders and the artillery crew, doing some minor decent damage. They are a little bit more predictable with the movement now, just sticking largely to the same area, but not the most damage overall. Probably better off just to keep Spirit Leeching certain targets like the Empire Knights, or just use the Purple Sun over here so that the Minotaurs can break into the second line, to the line behind. Anyways, Minotaurs are now overwhelmed by spears, which is not great for the Beastmen, as they don't have the armor to stay in this kind of fight. Unlike the Corn Minotaurs, not that Corn Minotaurs want to stay in the middle of spears anyways, but Beastmen Minotaurs is gonna hurt even more. Empire built illegal, please ban. Don't say that to the Wonder of Ages, man. Though to be fair, it's pretty strong. It's just pushing through every single Beastman unit right now. It's pretty rough, man. Throwing asses keep getting chucked at the Empire Knights, but not doing enough damage. Boris is diving onto the Razorgore, and it will be a quick terror out for sure. Throwing asses needs to start shooting at the Wonder of Ages, but I don't know if that's gonna be enough here. Especially the Wonder of Ages still blasting away with the grenade launchers, yeah, and a single mortar on top. So yeah, things are quite rough for the Beastmen right now. Balance of power is against them. They're trying to pick off whatever routed units on the Empire side, but the Minotaurs took way too much damage, and they're desperately needed for taking down the Wonder of Ages and Boris. And then the Spirit Leech on Taurus doesn't help as well. Taurus needs that brass body to mitigate the incoming Spirit Leech damage, but it is too little too late now as Titan's Headsman with his melee buffs, and then Boris diving in, debuffing his stats. Taurus is getting hurt really hard. Oh, and the Titan Headsman slowing him down. Not great. That might be the end of the legendary Doom Bull. Throwing asses are still getting chucked, but I don't think they can reverse. I don't think they can turn the tide, and that might be it. That might just be it. Yeah, that's the rest of the Empire army gone. Alright. Wonder of the Age is, of course, being a land ship, still very powerful and all that. Horus didn't do much. Huh, interesting. But Theodore Brugner did some pretty good damage. Cannon did so as well. But yeah, unfortunately, the Beastmen just don't really have a good answer to the Spirit Leech. Just ban landship, lol. I wouldn't say the landship guarantees an outright ban like the Thunderbarge. Like, it's strong, but it's not like undefeatable. Like, as long as you don't bring both landship and steam tank, I think it's fine. I think the problem with CZ3R and Y is that hold on a second, sorry. Alright, but yeah, I think it's like the fact that it's on the ground makes it a lot more accessible to a lot of rosters. They can just send melee stuff into it and kill it. Of course, they will still take losses, but it's not like Thunderbarge, where it's flying, it's tanky, it's unkillable, unbreakable. It just has everything. I mean, it's not entirely unbreakable, but the Thunderbarge is near unbreakable anyways with 100 leadership, so yeah. For the Beastman army, a little bit of misuse on the Minotaurs. Probably should have just sent them to kill the missiles instead of send them into spears or to attempt a recharge, because that led to them taking way too much damage. And Taurox also got surrounded and killed, unfortunately. Bring Assets did well though. They earned back most, if not all, of their value. Alright, now we are back to more corn games. Yeah, back to more corn games. Let's do that. The same with the Thunderbarge. The Thunderbarge is, you can't even kill it in melee. Like, you send stuff into it, it just gets straight up obliterated by the by the Grudge Rakers. Like, I feel like it's a bit easier. It's relatively easy to kill the landship than the Thunderbarge, in my opinion. But yeah, it's frustrating unit to face for sure. Yeah, especially with the speed and mass boost, you can't even stop it. It's BS. Anyways, for the army builds here, Beastman going for a very kitey build, but then Khorne is going for a very mobility heavy rush build. So Fleshhound's trying to chase after the Sentinels, and they managed to catch up, taking down quite a few Sentinels. But here comes more Sentinels to intercept. These guys are the ones with great weapons. Not exactly useful against the Fleshhounds, but still good mobility melee nonetheless. The Soul Grinder at the back though, launching the shotguns into the Sentinels, but the Sentinels are cleaving these Fleshhounds apart. And that might lead to Khorne losing some very valuable mobility to deal with the Sentinels with throwing axes, now that they don't have anything else to deal with the kite game. And then, 4 single entities for Khorne here. The Dumbull, the Gorbull, and Ray Shaman with a Jabberslave. Interesting combination, but in the front line there, as soon as the Minotaurs catch up to the Sentinels are broken. Now something else has to be done here to stop the Khorne rush, and the 2 big bulls are going in, lobbing up a ton of Khorne unit and getting a very juicy Traderkin here. As the Angor Raiders fire in, and then the Traderkin overcast for hit 2 Fleshhounds, Valkia, the Blood Shrine, Minotaurs, and some Marauders of Khorne, getting some very solid damage value for sure. That is just one cast, 800 damage value. While the Sentinels are running down some scattered Marauders, and Jabberslave plunging into the depths of the formations of these Marauders, trying to drain them away, but not that they are low enough in terms of leadership to get drained, so it is more just doing some charge impact damage. Doombull and Gorebull are fighting hard, working down quite a few units right now, but Doombull is taking more and more damage from Valkyria and the surround of Khorne Minotaurs. Angor Raiders are being tied down by the Soul Grinder, which is not great for them as they're quickly terrified away, but more Senegals are reinforcing this blob fight here. Surrounding... Oh, is that another Traderkin? Yeah, it's another Traderkin, and more damage coming into the Khorne side. They have that spell resistance, but... My god. There's just so much damage. And they are done for. I think this section of Khorne army is basically done for other than Valkyria. But more Khorne Bulls, Great Weapon Khorne are here to help. Leadership... Oh, okay. Valkyria is hacking down the Doombull, but here comes the Jabberslave trying to bail out their lord. And let's see if that works here. Just body blocking and preventing Valkyria from hitting Doombull. But Doombull needs to get out of dodge ASAP. He's not getting out though. There's too many Khorne Bulls in the way. And a couple more hits and he's gonna be dead. Now Valkyria is going after the Doombull now. And more Khorne Bulls are hacking down the Doombull, and the Khorne Bulls are gonna finish off the Doombull. Jabberslave is pouncing around the battlefield, routing off these marauders here. Especially their leadership is low and they are now subject to the Mortis engine effect of the Jabberslave. However, the Doombull managed to get out of the fight, which is good news for the Beastmen, keeping their leadership alive, while the Throwing Axes are really working down those Minotaurs of Khorne, being slowed down as well. They're not going to have that speed to run away fast enough. Throwing Axes keep chugging their axes out. Valkyria diving down onto Doombull now, but here comes a Traderkin, but a Demon Shield has been activated to mitigate that incoming damage, making sure that Valkyria stays alive for now. There are still quite a bit of Khorne forces left, killing off that Jabberslave with the Soul Grinder and the Shotgun Blast. A Bloodletter Summon has been dropped, but the Angor Raiders managed to dodge away in time, and so the Bloodletters were unable to catch up with the Angor Raiders, though they have been routed, so there's that. It's a good thing nonetheless. Doombull once again going in for that melee fight, but he is finished off and dead. This might cause leadership issues for the Beastmen now that a lot of them are rather low in health and flimsy in leadership. Like the Gorebull, it is actually routed, and the Senegals are running out of ammo as well. One of the Angor Raiders are running out of leadership. Valkyria is in the middle of a ton of Beastmen forces and is taking damage, I suppose, from the Chariot caster. But then she is dishing out damage back, and because of the Lord Dead debuff, the Brave Shaman of Wild is routed earlier than it normally would. More Throwing Axes are coming in though, and the Soul Grinder is getting low, so perhaps the Beastmen can eventually kite the Khorne army to death. But another terror rout to the Senegals here due to the presence of the terrifying Soul Grinder. Throwing Axes, Senegals, these guys are almost out of ammo, are trying to catch up to Valkyria and chuck some more axes and finish her off. But let's see if they can actually do that. The Traderkin caster has returned, so perhaps the Traderkin would also be a useful thing right now. Soul Grinder catching up with the Senegals, making sure that to keep them routing. They are indeed in a normal route and might just get pushed all the way to the white line. They're very close to the corner of the battlefield and they really need to come back, or else that would be a large chunk of Beastmen units gone from the balance of power. Well, finally, these guys are returning to battle, but their leadership are still flimsy. Another shot from the Soul Grinder might put their leadership into very dangerous territory. Valkyria is still getting routed, but the Throwing Axes has ran out on the Khorne side, so she's not going to get shot down by enemy air units. These Senegals, unfortunately, are probably not going to come back. Nope, they managed to regroup right before the white line, and the Soul Grinder decided to move on to another. Senegals might come back as a decision to bite him in the butt. And yeah, Valkyria managed to return as well. Minotaurs are gonna deal with the Senegals with Throwing Axes. They're trying to run away, but I don't know if that's gonna be... I don't know if that's gonna be fast enough before they get routed by the Minotaurs. But either way, a Traderkin coming down onto Valkyria, and the Minotaurs should put their leadership into dangerous territory or straight up kills Valkyria. Nope, 27 HP still remaining. While on the other side, the Soul Grinder actually, yeah, Definitely the decision to leave the 2 Sentinels to chase the 3rd one is a mistake, unfortunately. They were so close to get off the map, but now the Sentinels have returned, and their Fluring Axes managed to focus fire down the Soul Grinder. Valkyrie is also killed in the melee combat against a bunch of Beastmen and Ghouls, and that shall be it for the Khorne army. Traitor Win. Indeed, Traitorkin is a very strong spell, especially getting some very juicy blob to drain. Khorne played well, mostly, but I think a few mistakes cost them their game. Like just blobbing too heavily, for example, and then just leaving the Sentinels to come back. Frontline is overrated? Yes, indeed. Kite build can be very strong in the hands of a right player, and I have suffered to that all the time as well. But yeah, Traitorkin is too strong. Jabber's Life actually didn't do that much other than running interference against enemy push. But other than that, it's mostly just throwing axes and Traitorkin carrying the game, really, when we look at the damage value. Very nice. We've seen this one. Big 23. Yep, that's from Poetic Goose. It's an... Oh god! What is this? Why? What have you guys done? It's Age of Wonder versus Age of Wonder. Why? God. Let me just download the other replays first, and then I can... Then... get some replays ready for more... replays. Okay. That should be everything. Alright. Wonder of Ages. Which one is the true wonder? I wonder. It's a ship-to-ship combat, boys. We wanted this for so long. Oh, boys, it's ship-to-ship combat. What have you guys done? Poetic Goose, Dongus. Alright, army. Wonder of Ages versus Wonder of Age. Wait, no, this is just regular land ship. Okay, it's not like identical wonders. Wonder of the Age versus land ship. Land ship might actually win this because of the repeater fire. Because the Wonder of the Age doesn't have any repeater handguns on top, so all of them are like grenade launchers. Good against infantry, horrible against anything else. Rule break spawn upwind, and you have to... It's like spawning uphill and downhill. You have to account for that in your battle. There's no unfairness here. But anyways, Auckland rifles are aiming at the Wonder of the Age, while the land ship is blasting away at Free Company Militia. For the red side, a bunch of state troops, swordsmen, and leading the army Boris Todbringer, and a ton of demogryphs with halberds, like led by Theodore Bruckner. Interesting enough. Holland rifles are lighting up that Wonder of the Age, and there's no healing on the field to like help them out. While the Temple of Luminarch is trying to aim on the green side, Temple of Luminarch, a front line of spear state troops and a bunch of archers, Free Company Militia. Temple of Luminarch not aiming at the landship might be a big mistake here. That would be the best target for the Luminarch to aim at because it can't miss against this size of a house target, right? Knights of the Black Rose protecting the backline and some war wagons, but this might not be a match against the Demogryph halberds. But a little bit of a net of Ammon talk from the Temple of Luminarch, making sure that they're not pushing fast enough, while the Wonder of the Age shoots in and nukes these Demogryph Knights. A bit of a final transmutation, but nice micro from the red side, spreading out the Demogryphs so that not all of the units are getting hit by the overcast final transmutation. The problem for the right side is that their Hawkland long rifles are compromised, and the green Wonder of the Age is now free to roam the battlefield, blasting away at the Demogryphs, who are unable to catch up to the Wonder of the Age just yet. They really need to start engaging in melee combat, while the green side Empire Knights are slamming into the Hawkland long rifles, while the Landship is desperately trying to hold the line for the Red Empire. More Empire Knights slamming in, and the Demogryphs are slowly taking damage. These Demogryphs are getting forgotten. At the back there, big and perhaps even fatal mistake of the Red Empire here, as the Demogryphs and Fear of the Bruckner are taking more and more damage, and their backline is in a bit of a disarray. The swordsmen are not holding the line when Empire Knights are slamming them in the back, and Boris is not fighting anywhere. That he is needed somewhere to fight. Like, even diving down onto the Empire Knights would be great just to rout them off, so to free up these Demogryphs. But alas, he's looking like he's trying to go after Balthazar Gelt here. Maybe maybe White Cloak of Ulrich can slow down Balthazar enough for Boris to put in a couple hits, but Quicksilver is too fast. It's just too fast. Now, Demogryphs finally dealt with the Empire Knights and maybe can start working on the Temple Elf and whatnot. The Temple Elf, though, managed to put in a couple big hits onto the Landship. Another big hit. 10% HP gone right there. Hurts. Hurts quite bad, if I say so. Probably 15% HP even. Anyways, Theodore Bruckner piling onto the War Wagons with the Demogryphs, and the War Wagons don't have enough speed to get out. So that might just be the end of the War Wagons. And Boris is also trying to fight the Temple of Luminarch, making sure it can't do anything against the Landship anymore. But alas, and a net of Ammentalk pinned him down, and the Temple of Luminarch managed to slip away. Balthazar comes in with another final transmutation, not upgraded version, so damage is relatively limited. Still very good stuff against the Demogryph Knight. Albert, as the Red Empire does not have a single caster, spending all the money onto characters, onto melee fighters, so there's no healing for the Landship or Theodore Bruckner or the Demogryphs. Might be a mistake here, as the Demogryphs are running out of HP, though the Wonder of the Age are not great at fighting Demogryphs in melee. So if the that's a big friendly fire there. Probably killed like a couple Demogryphs, but also hurt their own War Wagons. Now Boris is in the fray, hacking away at the Wonder of the Age, and because of the lack of repeater handguns on the Wonder, there's not that much threat against Boris right now. Point blank archers are doing some tickle damage, but it's just tickling Boris really. However, the Red Landship has been sniped out by the Temple of Luminarch, really the bane of ships. Ship killer, if anything. Hotland Law Rifles are shooting at the Temple of, but it has done its job. It can rest easy now, perhaps. But then the Wonder of the Age routs off the Swordsman, so perhaps the Temple of can move off, drop in another net of Ammentalk, and pin down Boris and snipe him out with a laser. So there might be that. Empire Knights are still roaming the battlefield, and the Demogryphs are pretty much unstoppable right now, despite their tattered status. Empire Knights slamming into them might just get finished off by their anti-lock armor piercing, though they do manage to disrupt them for a split second there. Not enough to save their comrades, though. The War Wagons once again tied down, surrounded by armor piercing anti-locks. They are getting shut down. Wonder of the Age is turning around, trying to shoot at Boris, aiming the main gun at him for sure. Temple of Luminarch also needs to turn around and shoot, but alas, another final transmutation, this one upgraded, and the Halberd Demogryphs will be completely eliminated. Same goes for Theodore Bruckner, who did not bring the the Baal Flame Amulet. So, not that anyone would try to kill Theodore anyways, so it's pretty much a useless item on him, I do think. Anyways, Boris ate a massive laser to the face, but he will be moving out and start going after the Temple of Luminarch here. Not that it matters at this point. Balance of Power is heavily in the favor of Green Empire. Balthazar Gelt is moving. It's trying to get more Winds of Magic, just to get a bit more final transmutation, perhaps. Things are looking not too great for Red Empire, but Boris maybe perhaps can carry the game with the heal. Oh no, is this the same issue as the Thunder Barge? He's really... Boris was not able to hit the Wonder of the Age at all back there. What the hell, man? Anyways, Temple of Luminar took a huge chunk of HP away from Boris, and that is army losses. And yeah, that's it for this ship-on-ship combat. Not really ship-on-ship combat because the ships were kind of fighting separately. Like, Hogland Rifles shooting at the Wonder of the Age, Luminarch of Heesh shooting at the land ship, so kind of separate, but yeah, it's ship-to-ship violence. I even tried cycle charging with Mare. Yeah, this is definitely one of the priorities that CA have to work on, the pursuit animation. Like, the chasing behavior is improved, but like the actual animation doesn't connect, so it doesn't matter anyways, which is BS. But yeah, land ship still carried. This is slowly convincing me to support the banned land ship camp now. Game 2, Poetic Goose again. Wait, we've seen this one. We've seen this one, yeah. We can skip this one now then. We have seen this one. Wait, have we seen this one? No, I don't think we have seen this one. No, wait. No, we have seen this one. Yeah, we've seen this one. Dumbo got wrecked, if I remember correctly. Yeah, anyways, we've seen this one, and we can move on to the next one. No mages chat, but also Dowie move. Yep, indeed. Landship is banned in VL. Oh, I didn't realize that. I haven't played VL for a while. Alright. Dowie in action. No Doomseekers, I'm disappointed, but whatever. Alright. For army builds here, front line of Marauders of Khorne, and then a second line of Minotaurs, and a couple Chaos Knights of Khorne. Interesting. Valkyrie the Bloody leading the army, Skull Cannon getting absolutely lit up by the cannons of the Dowie, and Skyhammer shooting at the Chaos Knights. Yeah, on the other so some Fleshhounds Vanguard deployed and pushing the cannons. Very nice move there. Two of them just absolutely running down Chaos Warhounds, and absolutely running down cannon crew. And the Dowie, other than the double cannons and the Sky Hammer, there's a front line of Dwarf Warriors, second line of Miners with blasting charges, third line of regular missile troops with Bugman's Rangers and the Grim Delvers, the Grudge Regiment of Renown. With the success of the Chaos Warhound ambush, things are looking quite nicely for the Khorne army here. Shutting down the cannon, that is the biggest threat to the Skull Cannon, while the Chaos Warhounds are now moving on to the Rangers. Not having enough, there's no troops defending the backline of the Dwarves, which is the biggest mistake here. No Slayers and just nothing. And that exposes you to an ambush like this. Like, I have fallen to an ambush multiple times on this map on Pillar of Bone, so I have a very painful memory of this. And I always check your behind. Always check your behind every time you fight. Anyways, Dwarf Warriors are getting wrecked, absolutely overloaded by a ton of Minotaurs. And with very nice explosions from the Skyhammer, but unfortunately not able to save the Dwarf infantry on this end, because that probably did more friendly fire. Just nuked their own miners. Oh god, poor miners. How many bombs do they still have? 2 bombs left. So this might be a bit of an issue because there's still... Oh well, there's not that many Marauders left to deal with. Like, you just need to nuke 2 units of Marauders and the rest of the ammo just go into the Minotaurs perhaps. But yeah, Garrigrim Iron Fist is running low on health. Valkyrie the Bloody and the Khorne Bulls are bullying him. Yeah. Cause get it, bully? Anyways, horrible pun, I know. But yeah, Skyhammer is just gonna move around the battlefield, shoot at whatever thing he can find, and Garagam Iron Fist is fighting back, punching down Valkyr the Bloody with his armor-piercing anti-infantry bonus. And yeah, Skyhammer will keep shooting at the Minotaurs, which is very key in working down the rest of the monster's presence of Khorne, but let's see if that is enough, as balance of power is still moving in the favor of the Khorne army. Yeah, dwarves might be running out of gas here. They're running out of support units and they're running out of HP. Another bomb, very nice. Bombing both the Minotaurs and the Marauders. Equalize, slowing down the drop in balance of power a bit, but I don't know if that's enough. But okay, Garagam's Beyblade with a much wider area of effect is actually did a lot of damage to Minotaurs, but that also is his last hurrah, as it exposes him to the attack of a bunch of Minotaurs of Khorne. So there it goes, Angrim's son getting that Slayer's death. But the dwarves are also running out of units to fight back. Skyhammer now falling victim to Valkyr the Bloody, having no means to fight back against the Khorne Lord. Lorik Ironbrow is still fighting hard though. But yeah, the Skull Cannon is just running down dwarf units and getting some ammo recharge. Balance of power is, unfortunately, done. Now, Minotaurs of Khorne did some pretty good work here. I do think that the biggest mistake of the dwarf player is not having anything to protect your backline. It's having so much funds invested into like expensive missile troops, Skyhammer, Grim Delvers, the double cannons, and even Buckman's Rangers. Then you don't have enough. You have nothing to like fend off any mobility threat. So what happened is you just kind of get exposed to dogs chewing up your backline, and you lose your missile troops to shoot back at the Khorne army, which is why you see a lot of like dwarf players just make boxes, completely sealing off the formation, and completely sealing off the formation and preventing anyone to have access into the center of the box unless they have flying units or mass that is big enough to push through enemy forces. Anyways, I think we've seen this one. Yeah, we've seen this one. Wirtz versus Corvus. Where was it? Definitely seen. Wait, no. Do we have multiple Khorne Beastman Kite? Okay. Let's just go in and check out. Right. Alright, let's pause a bit and let me check out how many replays left to cast. Oh boy, 14 more replays, and let's see how fast we can cast them all. Alright. We might have to speed things up a bit because I'm getting hungry and I need to grab dinner. Now, for the army builds here, Chosen of Khorne and very elite Khorne frontline. Chosen of Khorne kills warriors and 3 Chosens, and then leading army of Valkyr, 2 cultists for one of them with summon. Alright, cultists of Khorne, you can't bring 2 of them with 2 summons. Just in case the Khorne player is playing, just remember that. You can't, if an item has a usage limit, you can't bring 2 of them. You can only bring 1. This might be like illegal, but I'm not sure if the new player tournament has the same rule set over here. Actually, it might be allowed, but yeah, check the rules in case you have doubts. Anyways, Skull Crushers on the flank and Chaos Warhound over here, Furies, and for the Beastman army, Sandagors, Throwing Axes, Razor Gore Herd. which is great to deal with enemy armored cavalry. And more Senegals. One of the Senegals is a melee variant, and then frontline Angor Spears, Angor Herds, and 3 Angor Raiders. Minotaurs with great weapons. Jabber's Life, a pretty decent choice just for its very cost efficient, very effective charge animation. Oh, it is in Fruit Rolls. You can bring 2. You can bring 2. Yeah. Beast Lord. Beast Lord. That is not someone I expected. Like, I like the guy. I like how he stack up melee attack buffs and whatnot. And I have builds dedicated to him before, but yeah, I've never seen him for a long time now. But let's see if the Angors plus Minotaurs and Jabber's Life can deal with the Chosens of Khorne. We'll go a bit of fast forward here. We need to speed things up a bit and skip the skirmish phase. The Hounds are screening off the Senegals, but are also running away from the melee Senegals. Don't want to get tangled onto them. Melee Chosen of Khorne are, not that any Chosen are not melee, Chosen of Khorne going into melee now, crushing the Angor Herds, but here comes the Jabber's Life running through their back line, or running through their formation, doing some nice impact damage overall. Not that there's any Mortis drain yet. Minotaurs charging into Chosen. This is a bad idea. You want to keep these Minotaurs supported with friendly infantry, because right now, you are getting your Minotaurs surrounded by Chosens of Khorne, who are really good melee combatants. You can see how quick they're getting cut down by the axes and shields. On the other side, these Minotaurs fighting with support, things are looking a little bit better. Even fighting against a Halberds, it's fine if there's stuff to take hits for them, right? But these Chosen are shredding those Minotaurs, unfortunately. Angor Raiders now starting to pepper down the Chosens, but they have so much armor and shield, it doesn't even freaking matter. And yeah, Harpies are roaming the battlefield, swarming Valkyria, but that also doesn't matter. She is a single entity with enough armor to just hold them back. But things are not looking too great for Khorne over on this side, at least, as their Chaos Warriors with Halberds are completely wiped out. It might be down to the back of the Jabber's Life on the Beastman side to carry the game, though, because the Chosens are now pressuring the Angor Raiders, and they will be forced to stop shooting for now. Valkyrie the Bloody surrounded by enemy units. None of them can really do effective damage to her other than, not even the Beast Lord actually. He doesn't have much armor piercing. So a bit of a demon shield keeping her in the fight, and the Chaos Warriors are holding. Chosen tanking the missiles and just going on a wild goose chase onto the Angor Raiders. This might be a bit of a mistake here, because they're desperately needed for reinforcement in the middle to fight off the Beastmen, monsters, and whatnot. Let's go into a bit of fast forward. As the Bloodlet's Summon beaten back the Harpies here, and Jabber's Life plunges into the middle of a bunch of nothing, just a bunch of characters. And there's only something here because of a Bloodlet's Summon. Skull Crushers are roaming the battlefield. Oh, what have they been doing so far? Probably just chasing off Senegals. Now they're back, but their leadership might not be high enough to. Yeah, their leadership is a bit low right now, and they're taking damage from the Aura of Madness. Now Senegals slamming in, and the Skull Crushers of Khorne, having their leadership stabilized, now no longer suffer from the Mortis engine. In fact, will be charging in and surround the Jabber's Life. Oh, that's a big hit from Valkyria, taking a huge chunk of HP away from the Jabber's Life, and it is almost dead, thanks to the support of the Skull Crushers. And that might just be it for the Beastmen, as the Angor Raiders are being forced to just run away from the engagement with the Chosen, and the Beast Lord alone can, in no uncertain terms, can definitely not carry the game. Yeah. All right, see you around, Jaima. Thanks for support. Thanks for joining the tournament and helping me sort out the whole Total Tavern stuff. I need to speak to Turin again to get the admin access sorted. But yeah. But to be fair, I don't usually use Total Tavern that much, so it's not that much of a big deal. I just need to sort it out later. But yeah, thank you so much for helping me out with the tournament, Jayama. And good luck with everything, and I'll see you in some other tournament later, I suppose. Yeah, GG to the Khorne army. The Chosen did so much damage with this one. Just shred through the Minotaurs. But yeah, let me see. Chosen of Khorne. Yeah, Chosen of Khorne did well, and that's about it, really. What I think could have... I don't think Angkor Raiders is a great pick in this one. Just get more throwing axes might have been a better call. Like, Khorne has a lot of mobility, and you don't want your Angkor Raiders to fall victim to that. Like, having Synagogues with throwing axes makes more sense because of the AP, and Khorne generally is a very heavily armored faction other than their low tier troops. So, like, even their Minotaurs have additional armor, so yeah. Okay, that's a lot of Khorne action here, and then we have 14 more replays coming in, so let me just quickly do that. Actually, it's just only 13 because I miscounted one. Oh, interesting. A lot of players are using similar builds every game. Not a bad thing for sure, but I suppose they're trying to familiarize themselves with the same build until they get better at it. Let's see, do we have any duplicate battles here? No. Wait, no. Geraldo versus... Oh wait, no. This is a duplicate one. So 12 battles. It's Satan banned. Hold on. Okay, Satan is not banned on here, at least. I know Satan is banned in the regular tournament. I just copy and pasted this Swiss description from last new player tournament, so I didn't change any rules. And didn't revise any rules at all, so there's that. Alright, let's go. Alright, so the Chaos Dwarf build is pretty much similar, a mixture of Orc Laborers and a very sturdy front line of Blazing Beards and Iron Sworn. Granite got back a couple Laborers and a couple Wolf Raiders, one of them the Ogolek Hands Wolf Boys. Demon's Tongue and Astrograph leading the army. On the other side for Khorne, a front line of Chaos Warriors mixed in with regular Bloodletters, not the Exalted, just the regular ones. And some Marauders of Khorne with dual weapons. A couple Minotaurs with great weapons and Volkia the Bloody, plus a couple Cultists of Khorne. No doubt trying to bring the Double Gate of Khorne again. Yeah, just for anyone who is playing against Khorne or playing as Khorne, if you see your opponent or yourself playing with double Bloodletter summon, don't do that. Anyways, Bloodletters will be slamming into the Infernal Iron Sworn, and with their armor piercing and the Minotaur support, they should be doing pretty well against the Infernal Iron Sworn. Marauders and Chaos Warriors should do fine against Orc Laborers, and as you can see here, straight up kills these Orc Laborers with their anti-infantry bonus. Demon's Tongue though would be a tough nut to crack for the Khorne infantry, though the backline is in a bit of a disarray here. Volkia the Bloody and Chaos Furies diving down to disrupt the Granite Guard, making sure they can't shoot. While the crumbling of the Orc Laborers means that some of these Chaos Warriors are able to get into the backline. A massive Ash Storm though, boosting damage from all those fire attacks, and this means all these Hobgoblin with Raiders, archers, are just gonna shoot down a ton of the Chaos Furies. despite being corn, they don't have any fire resistance, and they just die. Especially if they get burned by the Demon Stun, but the Demon Stun seems to be aiming at some random Chaos Warriors instead. However, Minotaurs with great weapons are surrounding the Demon Stun, and the point-blank Flamethrower isn't doing that much against Valkyr the Bloody here. Ogalakan Wolf Boys are still shooting, but perhaps these Marauders might want to go and persuade them to back off. Not that it matters anyways, because the Demon's Tongue is getting shredded by multiple combatants. Causes of Khorne fighting in the mix, Minotaurs and the Valkyr the Bloody, though the Chaos Dwarf are doing some damage in return. Iron Sworn, unfortunately, are getting worked down. One of them has already been routed. Blazing Bears are also gone thanks to the attacks of Bloodletters and Minotaurs. A summon of Bloodletters of Khorne are dropped down in the back line here, trying to push back the Hobgoblin Wolf Raiders. Demon Stun going for a desperate and final defiant Flamethrower attack, but then it just dies straight up, being surrounded by the Khorne army. And yeah, that is basically it for the... That's basically it for the... Wait, what's that? Was that a Khorne sword? Dang, I missed that. But yeah, that's basically it for the... for this battle, as the Khorne straight up counters the Chaos Dwarfs here, having enough armor piercing to just crush through the front line and just run through whatever's left at the back line. A very... Though to be fair, the double Bloodletter summon doesn't matter in this scenario, because we only saw one Bloodletter summon, and it's just really the Bloodletters and the regular store-bought Bloodletters and the Minotaurs doing all the work anyways. And the labor as a frontline against Khorne is not advised, as you can see here. Just straight up dies to the Marauders and whatnot. I think the Chaos Dwarf deployment is a bit like a campaign deployment, if you get what I mean. It's just a straight line spread across the front line, instead of like a checkerboard formation that multiplayer players usually uses. Alrighty. For the army builds here, Bretonnian versus Empire, human on human violence, peasant mob in the front line, second line of peasant bow, and then a bunch of knights errant and knights of the realm protecting the rear. Yeah, just a ton of peasants really, and King Luan leading the army with the support of some royal hippogriff knights. On the other side there, the Wonder of the Age. I would argue that Wonder of the Age isn't as good against Bretonnians, because they are focusing more on explosive damage against infantry. The mortar, the grenade launchers, they're not great against cavalry. So you might want the regular landship so that it can shoot with the repeater handguns for the AP fire. But either ways, the rest of the Empire army build here, front line of spearmen backed up by some archers, a single great cannon, and some halberdiers. War wagons, plus a bunch of Knights of Black Rose, Empire Knights, and leading the army, Balthazar Gelt with Thunder Transmutation and Searing Doom. Yeah, that's it for army builds. What? Wait. Did Bretonnian not bring a cast? Nope, that's the Life Damsel there. But yeah. Rubric, he should have halted and gotten the blasting charges. They could not get that off. Oh right, yeah, they didn't use any explosions. Thanks for a reminder. That definitely was one of the mistakes of the CD player, but alas, we're on a different game now, so we'll just go back into it. War wagons patiently skirmishing down the King Luan's health, and the archers are taking damage from the much more cost-efficient peasant bows, and the peasant bows are close enough to actually reach the great cannons and are just peppering down the artillery crew. This is one of the reasons why you don't want to... Oh wow, a deadly Dwellers Below. Wait, what? Oh, the Dwellers Below have a 2-stage effect? Whoa. What the hell, man? Oh, wait, hold on a second. Oh, dollars below slows down. Bro! This is a bug! Bro, this is a bug. Now, dollars below regular cast version minus 25% speed. Overcast it minus 45% speed, right? Let's see. Minus 45 speed and minus 25 speed. Two effects of the same name, but with different effects are stacked together. Oh. What the fuck, bro? I don't think it's just OP in terms of damage, but it's also it's bugged in the sense that it's applying two of the different effects at the same time. So you can't even move out of the spell range if you get hit by it in Overcast. It's not even just the damage, but it's also bugged in the sense that it's applying two of the same effects at the same time. Which is not supposed to happen at all. Anyways, we can talk about this later. Knights Errant overwhelming the Empire backline now that the Empire Knights are a little bit too scattered. Like, they're trying to intercept some of the mobility, but Royal Hippogriff Knights dive down and Knights Errant just swarming the backline. I forgot to spot the Grail Knights in here. But yeah, anyways, Grail Knights are going after the backline. I didn't spot them earlier. And wait, can we bring... Our two Grail units are allowed in the game. Yep, it's fine. That's fine. The Grail unit ban is just in other tournaments. I think I must have mixed them up. But yeah, Knights Errant moving in, and the peasant frontline is just overwhelming the Empire frontline with sheer numbers and volume of arrows. Especially with like Bretonnian cavalry just cycle charging into the backs and doing some hammer and anvil action. Empire Knights here is just gonna get charged by a ton of Knights Errant and Hippogriffs. They're not gonna have a good time whatsoever. A bit of sort of Corone, not that it matters anyways. And peasants still piling on to... There are a few Knights of the Black Rose here. Are they routed? They are routed, so they're not gonna matter as well. And the back line of the Empire is completely compromised. Just completely overwhelmed for now. And yeah, it's pretty much just a wonder of the age trying to carry the game now. Maybe it can, maybe it can't. I don't think it can, with the heavy focus on grenade launchers. Yes, it can shoot with the main gun and kill quite a few knights, but the grenade launchers are just gonna be a finicky one to carry the game and whatnot. Peasant bows are now forming a conclave to shoot and focus fire at the non-shielded halberdiers. And the Spearman of Shields trying to push the peasants, but the peasant simply runs away. Now King Luan is diving on the Wonder of the Age, trying to get a hit on it, but it simply walks away. It's not great. It's not great. CA really needs to fix their like pursuit attack animation. Anyways, we'll do a bit of fast forward here as the Empire scattered, like troops scattered all over the place are getting cleaned up. The stragglers are being wiped out by the rest of the Bretonnian army. More healing coming in to keep the Demogryphs survive, but keep the Demogryphs alive. But unfortunately, a bit of a final transmutation drain away the health, mitigating some of that healing. Now the peasant bows are getting targeted by the Wonder of the Age. It is going straight for the archers, but the archers are moving back, while Demogryphs and King Luan are trying to go after it right now. A little bit of healing, keeping those Bretonnian combatants alive, but I don't think it matters too much when the Wonder of the Age focus mostly on explosion damage. But anyways, Wonder of the Age keeps getting pressured, while the rest of the knights, the Grail Knights especially, are just cleaning up the rest of the Empire army. We can go into the fast max speed now. Halberdier is getting finished off in the forest, and Wonder of the Age is still trying desperately to deal with the archers. But now they are running low on ammo, and also there's no healing available for Wonder of the Age. Well, there's plenty of healing for the Bretonnians. Anyways, the Grundle's defenders are no longer defending, being completely overwhelmed. And the Wonder of the Age is tied down by Grail Cavalry and mostly just Grail Cavalry. Peasants shooting at them, but not even the Grail Cavalry can tie down the Wonder of the Age. That's pretty stupid. But yeah. Wonder of the Age simply pushes through in a desperate attempt, but now finally with the Demogryphs and their extra mass in the mix, the Wonder of the Age was slowed down and finished off. GG, and very strong performance from the Grail Cavalry overall. And of course the Dwellers Below, being an OP spell, still OP. Like, it applies double slow effect, which is not supposed to happen. Like, for example, when you're casting Melkoth's Mystifying Miasma, you only get like a 45-48% slow. You don't get a 48% on top of the original 24% slow of Melkoth's. It doesn't make sense. This is what's happening with the Dwellers Below. It's bugged. It is absolutely bugged. I am gonna say it's bugged. Like, if you get hit by that thing, you can't even move out of it. When, like, 70 of your speed is just gone. So yeah, I need to talk about it at some point maybe. But yeah, GG to both players, but Grail Cavalry, really the doom of many things, including Landship, I suppose. Now, another match. Dark Elves versus Skaven. Now this is very on. The username really checks out here. Warpstone Enjoyer with a Kick Claw and a ton of Skyer units. That's a lot of Warpstone. What I would say. Isn't Landship banned? Landship is not banned in. Landship isn't banned in this tournament at least. You can take either one Steam Tank or one Landship, but not both. But it might be banned in other tournaments or not, so I don't know. Anyways, for the Dark Elves, front line of Bleak Swords and Dresspear is very standard, and a couple of Sisters of Slaughter for some stronger melee presence and punch through the Skaven defenses. More Sisters of Slaughter, some Dark Riders with shields, and on the far side there, Crows of Cain and regular Harpies. The Skaven frontline oh, right, Spellcaster. Marathi leading the army with no. That's a lot of spells. You never want to bring more than 3 spells. Soul Stealer, Piss of Shades, Melkoth's, and Power of Darkness. Power of Darkness is fair because it gives you extra magic. But Melkoth's Mystifying Miasma doesn't make sense in this. Pit of Shades doesn't make sense when you both Pit of Shades and Melkoth's don't really make sense here. Like, you don't really want to use the AP Pit of Shades against Skaven anyways. You've got I don't know. Maybe Pit of Shades works against Skaven blobs, but a good Skaven player would not blob that hard, even with a lot of Skaven troops, and then all you're gonna nuke are just chaff. So I wouldn't say Pit of Shades are great here, but anyways, let's see what happens. Skaven Slaves in the front line, second line of Plague Monks, and a few bunch of Poison Wing Globadiers. At the back there, some Warplug Jezzails focus firing at the Crows of Cain, absolutely nuking that unit with the help of Howling Warp Gale. But Ikiko also took a hit from the one from Marathi, or is it Doombolt? No, it's the one, and took some very noticeable damage. A quarter of his HP gone. Brass Orb here retributing for that damage, draining the health of the Bleak Swords and Dresspears. And Dark Elf Rush is really in progress. Bleak Swords eating a bunch of Poison Wing Globadiers, and they're down to half health, though the Skaven Slaves have buckled and are now exposed to the Bleak Swords push. But then again, Sisters of... Oh, wait. Bleak Swords are... oh, no. Oh, yeah, it's just Skaven Slaves running away for now. As the Poison Wing Globadiers are really nuking the Bleak Swords and the Dreadspears, who are piling on top of each other, maximizing the effectiveness of the Poison Wing Globadiers. A bit of a mistake on the Dark Elf push, allowing some 2-for-1s from the Poison Wing Globadier throws, really nuking down all the rest of these Sisters of Slaughters and whatnot. Let me just quickly turn off this thing. And the Play of Shades, as I said, you're just nuking chaff, so even if you nuke the Plague Monks, there's not that much value to for your lord or anything. Now Marathi is in the back line, supported by some Crows of Cain. They're still fighting with the self-heals. I don't know how much good is it gonna be with all the Dark Elf forces being pushed back pretty much. Just this one unit of Sisters of Slaughter being relatively healthy, but the Poison Winds Globadiers can quickly turn around and just nuke their health. And as you can see here, a quarter of their HP just gone like that from the explosions. Now, Plague Monks fighting in the mix, and they should do alright. Cleansing Rune draining the health of Morathi away, and in her physical resistance doesn't... Oh, she has spell resistance, not physical resistance. Okay, that matters, that matters. But it's not that the Dark Elves have much support left, having their front line wrecked by the Poison Winds heavily. Now even some Poison Wind throwing onto Poison Winds. So friendly fire on top of a friendly fire unit, very ironic, but that did help them nuke away the health of some of these Sisters of Slaughter. They are down to the last sliver of their HP same for these ones, and because of their lack of armor piercing, they can't really get through the heavily armored Poison Globadiers. And while their HP is running low, the Poison Wind Globadiers are still throwing and holding. Red Ogres continue to fight on. Poison Globadiers retreat back into the safety and start throwing once again. And that is just gonna be it for the Dark Elves. GG. A very strong performance from the Poison Wind Globadiers for sure. Getting well above their cost. I don't think the Giselles did much though, getting swarmed by the Harpies. Being pressured, unable to shoot, but either ways it doesn't matter. It's mostly just the Warpstone globes doing all the damage. Now, Nurgle versus High Elves. I wouldn't bring Plogers in this matchup, but let's see. Oh wait, there's a lack of archers anyways. Nah, the High Elves definitely need more archers instead of the Noble. Unless Imrik isn't on a dragon, then the Noble might make more sense. Let's see. Imrik is on a dragon, so I wouldn't say the Noble is needed in this case, because Imrik himself is good enough to do the work of himself and Noble. Might as well just get more money on like archers to shoot down the Nurgle army, right? But yeah, let's see what happens here as the staunch line of spears back up by a couple archers. White lines of trace in case of heavy infantry. I suppose that is not a bad call. Imrik and Silver Helm's 2 units Silver Chevron, supported by a Noble. Spellcaster is the Lore Master of Hoeth with Shim's Burning Gaze and Earthblood. Shim's Burning Gaze going after the Soul Grinder, doing some noticeable damage, but I wouldn't say... Oh, this is a risky move. Diving down with Imrik when the Plogers with great weapons are nearby. Plogers with great weapons have immune to psychology and T-large armor piercing. They are basically man-eaters with great weapons, and if Imrik gets tied down, it is going to be big trouble for him. Though fortunately he managed to get off, but did take some great hits from... Is it? Oh, from the throwing axes. That makes sense. While the spearmen are holding back the Marauders and Nurglings. Nurglings is actually helped back by the Lore Master of Hoeth. And Imrik taking some noticeable damage from all those throwing axes. Now he's flying close. Perhaps trying to drop a breath attack? Yep, a breath attack it is. Another Shim's Burning Gaze, but this time not doing much. Just doing some very minor damage onto the Marauders. So Grinder of Nurgle was targeted by the breath attack, but it moved out of the way, allowing the friendlies to get hit instead. White Lines of Trace fighting Pestigor is not a great trait for them because the Pestigors don't have much armor, but they do have the armor piercing to cut through the White Lines armor. Now Imrik has dove onto the Soulgrinder, really trying to work down this monster piece of the Nurgle army. But the problem is that the rest of the army is not supported, and Imrik is getting surrounded by the Plogers with great weapons. This is bad. He's gonna get wrecked fast if he doesn't get out soon. Now the Soulgrinder is able to freely fire at the archer line at the back there, doing some noticeable damage, and Bow Trolls I missed out on the deployment are now surrounding Imrik. Imrik completely surrounded on all fronts by armor piercing damage, some of them anti-large as well. His HP is quickly dropping down to 1/3, and the White Lions are getting hacked down by the Pestigors, and the spears, while great at holding, are not doing enough damage in return and are slowly dragged down. Imrik needs some healing, but there's not enough caster in the fray right now. Where's the... Oh, the Lore Master wasted some magic onto... Oh, no. Is that the Slug? Oh, the Pestigor ability! The Pestigor ability in a very bad timing for Imrik here. Slowing down Imrik's speed that is minus 75%, and then on top of that, Nurgle army has poison army wide, so that is a 90% of his speed gone, down to 8 speed. He is slowed down to a crawl. Now the Baltros and Plogers can easily catch up and beat him down, which is exactly what's happening with the Plogers. Even throwing axes are swarming into the fray. Dadrick, Imrex, yes, he is getting wrecked for sure. Now the Lawmaster is trying to waddle back to the back line, trying to save the archers from the Soul Grinder, but I don't know if that's gonna be enough at this point. More throwing axes are coming in to chuck axes at Imric's back, and that might spell the end of him. Yeah, the Marauders will be continuously pressuring Imric, just making sure he doesn't come back. Soul Grinder is getting low in health though, but that doesn't matter. Archers are being compromised by Nurgling, Spearmen are slowly getting ground down. Here's a Fleshy Abundance or Fecundity to keep the Soul Grinder in the fight. Oh, that's a Nurgle Saucer. That's a Fleshy Abundance then. Yeah, just keeping it alive, and Imric, despite returning to the fray. Wait, are these Marauders not on fire at will? They're not shooting at Imric. Like, they could have finished him so fast with those throwing axes, but they're just not shooting. Oh well, that doesn't really matter as the High Elf... Oh, Imric is dead. So yeah, High Elf army is completely in a disarray right now. The Noble on a Chariot tries to catch up to the Nurgle Saucer, but that doesn't matter. The Soul Grinder and Baltros are pinning down the Chariot, and the Silver Helms are not doing enough work here. They are charging the Pestigors, doing some nice impact damage, but the rest of the army is just falling apart. Yeah, Pestigors are really good at AP. Are really cost efficient. Like they're cheap. Not dirt cheap, but very cheap, like 650 gold, right? So relatively cost efficient compared to everything else in terms of armor piercing and stats. They have the Beastman trait, which gives them additional melee attack, and charge bonus and whatnot. So combined with that, and the Nurgle sturdiness with like additional melee defense and whatnot, they just good. Plus poison, man, poison. Also the randomly triggered ability too. Yeah, the Plogers did some good job, but throwing axes did a lot of damage against Imric, and yeah, GG. Unfortunately, Imric didn't do enough here. Again, get wrecked. Diving down in the wrong situation really can cost you your dragon. Like, dragon have a really large hitbox, right? Making them easier to get hit and surrounded. Like, more units can surround a dragon and start beating it down, so there's more damage they took when they're getting surrounded by a unit. Unlike a Footlord per se, because less unit can hit a dragon. And the positioning of a dragon is a very important thing, because you land in somewhere and support it and get swarmed, your dragon is good as dead. Which is exactly what happened here. Now, interesting. That's a Strigoi Vampire Lord. I haven't seen these guys in a while, other than in one single replay recently. So, is Strigoi Vampire Lord making a comeback? We shall see. It's a Khorne versus Vampire Count army though, so let's see what happens. Anyways, army builds. Khorne going for an elite fight. 3 units of Exalted Bloodletters, one of them the Regiment of Renown. Version, forgot what they are called. 2 units of Fleshhounds, 4 units of Throwing Axes, and a few more Marauders of Khorne with dual weapons. The Hellforged Host, that's the Regiment of Renown. And then leading army, Skarbrand, the Exiled. For the other side of the battlefield, we have a lot of zombies and skeletons mostly, and backed up by some Crypt Horrors. Interesting enough, Crypt Horrors are not that great in the current meta, but they're still being brought nonetheless. But the fire attacks on the Exalted Bloodletters might just be the bane of these self-regenerating monstrous infantry. But of course, Mortis Engine is still a very strong unit that can drain away enemy melee infantry, so they might be able to do some good work here. Anyways, the Tithe with extra hit points compared to other zombies, and they're supported by a more corpse card with Bale Fire, so they have extra fire resistance, mitigating that fire weakness of the surrounding regenerating units. Oh, and the Strigoi Vampire Lord on a Terrorgeist, blasting away at Skarbrand, doing some nice work. But I don't think there's enough tools on the vampire side to deal with the throwing axes. The throwing axes can easily just move up and start shooting at the Mortis engine. And yeah, this is not great. Scarbrand Exile is getting hit by some Spirit Leeches though. The Strigoi Vampire Lord does have Spirit Leech support and the Gold King of Sharan to provide healing for himself. That's a lot of healing. Oh wait, that's a active ability, so yeah, that's a separate thing. Claws of Mornkin. Now, Strigoi Vampire Lord just dives down onto Scarbrand. Scarbrand wants to back off there. There are a lot of Crypt Horrors following up, so he doesn't want to get tied down in there. The Strigoi Vampire Lord is very tanky though, with a lot of regeneration available to himself. Exalted Bloodizer is moving in and start cutting through the Tithe and the Skeleton Spears, but they are taking quite a bit of damage in return thanks to the Mortis engine in the vicinity. Murders of Khorne and Hellforge hosts fighting in the mix, but here comes a swarm of Vargheists dropping in. Just doing some nice impact damage overall, but Hellforge hosts will be fighting back. Throwing axes are almost working through the Mortis engine. That is going to kill off a big centerpiece of the Vampire counter. Healing is not going to keep up with the flaming effects on the healing. So there goes the Mortis engine, and a very reliable piece to deal with the Khorne infantry. Balance of Heart is still in the favor of the Vampire counts though, as they do have most of their monsters intact, and their lord is very much healthy. Scarbrand is struggling against the Strigoi Vampire Lord. Oh, poor Scarbrand. What have they done to you ever since you moved into Total Warhammer? He's struggling hard. Surrounded by Crypt Horrors, he's getting beaten up, unsupported. Bloodletters are trying their best to fight in this battle, but I don't think that's enough. A little bit of rampaging, sticking every single thing in the vicinity. Not that the vampire counts have any issues with this engagement whatsoever, as they are getting an upper hand in here. Throwing Axis continues to pepper down the vampire count's forces, but that only works if that can bring them victory only if Scarbrand survives. Scarbrand is moving out now, trying to move around his own troops so that the Crypt Horrors can't chase after him. Hellforge host continues to fight back, and they're activating their Hellblade. More than 40 kills. Yeah, they have activating their Hungering Blades, now cutting through all these zombies with additional damage dealing power. Now even the Vargheists are taking heavy losses in the middle of this elite melee combatant and getting shot by throwing axes. Scarbrand once again engaging in melee, but the Spirit Leech is taking a toll on his health. Yeah, he needs to move back behind the throwing axes or something and send something, like send the Flesh Hounds to pin down the Strigoi Vampire Lord, man. Don't just let him chase after Scarbrand. Oh boy, that hurts. And yeah, the throwing axes are still chugging in, but they're running out of ammo. Oh no, they're shooting a bunch of their ammo in the random skeleton spears to the closest target, and they're wasting a lot of that DPS. This is bad. Scarlet might want to come over and start beating on them. What? That was a beautiful Sword of Khorne. Nukes a ton of vampire infantry. All the chaff is just gone. Now the Strigoi Vampire Lord is now getting stuck in the back here, being tied down in melee. Rampage into this fight. Send something over to help Scarbrand. Come on, just distract the Strigoi Vampire Lord and just fight him in melee. And this Sword of Khorne might be a game-changing one. Now that the Strigoi Vampire Lord has lost a ton of support. This is why you don't want to blow up against Khorne. You never know when the Sword of Khorne is coming. And the Strigoi Vampire Lord is suddenly in a very bad spot. His HP is dropping, leadership is flimsy as well. All the vampire count infantry support is gone from that one Sword of Khorne. Balance of Heart is shifting back into the middle. Scarbrand is surviving. Varga is finally dropping onto the throwing axis, trying to work them down, and they're indeed doing a lot of damage, but oh boy, the Crypt Horrors are all gone, and they're just cut down by the Hellforge hosts with their flaming attacks, and also exploded Bloodthirsters. Everything in the vicinity over here is basically dead for, well, double dead for the vampire count. Now the Strigoi Vampire Lord really trying to work down some separate isolated units on the Khorne side, but alas, this might just be too little too late. Vargheists psycho charging and using the hunger to charge up their HP, but Scarbrand is still fighting. He's fighting strong for sure. And he's gunning after the Strigoi Vampire Lord. One more hit on the Strigoi Vampire Lord and he took a chunk of HP away. Now, if the Strigoi Vampire Lord can somehow miraculously kill off Scarbrand, then maybe there's hope for the Vampire Counts. And there might be hope. There might be hope. Scarbrand is actually, for some reason, crumbling for a second, fading away, but... What the freaking hell? Why is Scarbrand crumbling? Leadership, get your shit together. Oh, anyways, he stabilized his leadership, Amilos's hits, and the Vampire Counts are fading back into dust. Okay, we're rewatching that one. Because I missed the Sword of Khorne. Alright, let's just go into fast forward mode. That Sword of Khorne was brutal. Alright, let's just speed it up. Alright, the blob grind through a bunch of Khorne units, but things are actually looking quite beneficial, quite advantageous for the Vampire Counts early. Like, through mid-game, roughly, when Scarbrand was so freaking low and the throwing axes are running low on the Vampire, on the Khorne troops, but oh, this is bad. Yeah, this blobbing everything over here was a very brutal one, allowing the throwing axes to really chip away the health of the Crypt Horse, but they are just kind of holding on with their passive heals, and a lot of like these vampire support units are in the vicinity. But having all these units blobbing up also makes it perfect juicy blob for the Sword of Khorne afterwards. When is it coming in? Let's see. Like, oh, here it is. Let's do a bit of a close-up and cinematic view. Boom. So much destruction. Like, this whole unit of zombies dead, this whole unit of type dead. A lot of these, rest of these, even some Crypt Horrors are getting nuked by this sword, just because they're at such a low health, and everything just fading away afterwards as well. That was brutal. That was so brutal. But yeah, GG, that was a beautiful Sword of Khorne. One of the best one I've ever seen, honestly. Alright, this is Dark Elf versus Dwarves. Malachi is here, but no Thunder Barge, of course. That's illegal. Alright, army builds. Front line of Bleak Swords in the front line, second line of Dark Shards, and then some Harpies at the back. A couple of Shades. 4 Shades actually. It's a very common way to deal with the Dwarves as the Druchi. Just trying to spam AP missiles and shoot down their missile element. Not a bad call. Core and Dread Knights in the forest just hiding away from the cannons, the improved cannons, and Soul Stealer Dragon. On the other side, a front line of miners with blasting charges and some without, and 4 units of Iron Drakes ready to roast some Druchi. But I don't know if this is a good call, having so much Dark Shards ready to pepper them down. But I suppose this is where the cannon comes in and start wrecking some of these missile infantry. Not against the Shades though. They're still unseen by the Dwarves. But when you see your opponents, like right now, the Dark Elf army, the visible part are just 4 Bleak Swords, 4 Dark Shards, and some Harpies, right? And also the Black Dragon. like if you played enough, you would notice that this is too small of a Dark Elf army. There's a lot of funds missing from the build that you can't see on the map. So, like the shades and like you know that there's something hidden away, either in the forest or there are shades around, and you can kind of guess that due to the lack of vegetation on the map, it's mostly there's gonna be shades somewhere around the map. So you probably have to like position your units, like move the miners around and position your units accordingly. And having flamethrowers against a faction with so much AP missiles is also not a good idea, as Iron Drakes don't have the range with their flamethrowers to counter fire, and are just gonna fall victim to the AP missiles. Anyways, blasting charges, blasting away the bleak swords, doing some heavy damage. There are not enough blasting charges to completely rout off everything, and now here comes the shades moving in to shoot at the cannons. But because they're aiming at the cannons, a little bit wrong on the priority there in terms of targeting. This allows the Iron Drakes to move up and counter fire. Now, if you shoot at the Iron Drakes first, finish that unit off, then the shades can switch over to shoot at the cannons instead. This is a big mistake on the Dark Elf part for sure, as now the Iron Drakes are easily roasting all these shades with dual weapons. They're trying to move it into melee perhaps, but it doesn't matter, just gonna get roasted. And the Slayers are moving in to counter charge. Some of the Iron Drakes are now being interrupted from firing, while the Harpies are pressuring the Harpies away. A little bit of Soul Stealer draining away the Long Drones, Slayer Pirates, and the cannons, but that's not doing a lot here. Malachi Makaizen peppers down, pokes away the health of Supreme Sorceress, and but yeah, the wrong targeting on the shades is costing the Dark Elves a lot here, perhaps even costing them the victory, as the Iron Drakes are earning back their value already from the very expensive shades with dual weapons. Like honestly, regular shades are enough. Like just to shoot up all the Dowie missiles, but alas, at this point, flamethrowers are burning away all these AP missiles, and Long Drone Slayer Pirates are doing some really solid damage with their AP missiles as well. And whenever the now that the Iron Drakes are free, they can like shoot at whatever close by, and the Harpies being right on top of them is like the primary target, roasting them hard. Now finally, the Dark Shards are shooting at the Iron Drakes, but this might be a little too late here. Koan Dread Knights engaging in combat, but being dragged down by Slayers, and Miners can now start pushing at the Dark Shards. One of the Iron Drakes might be dealt with. Shades are actually rushing into melee combat to kill the Iron Drakes. Might be a bit of a bad choice here. They have more than enough range to kite away, to simply kite the Iron Drakes to death. Okay, finally, some shades are shooting at the Iron Drakes. They're dead. Now the Dark Shards are also moving in to shoot at the Iron Drakes as well. Should have done that earlier, because now the Dark Elf front line is completely wrecked by the miners and explosives, and now the Dark Shards are on the run, being forced back by the Dowie melee troops. Shades are also getting charged by the Long Drone Slayer Pirate. Both very competent melee fighters among missile troops, but Shades might have the advantage here because of their anti-infantry bonus, but anyways, that doesn't matter. Supremes, as they're just running away right now, not trying to fight at all. Harpy is still harassing the cannons, while the cannons aiming at the Supreme Sorceress. Same goes for Malachi Makaizen. All the Shades needs to start moving up and start shooting at the missile troops. The Supreme Sorceress is running out of health, and things are not looking too good for the Dark Elves for now. A lot of the key targets are running out of health, but good news is that at least Dwarf's missiles are also getting shut down. All those flamethrowers are gone now, and the Dark Shards and Shades are free to fire. A little bit of a Soul Stealer just to keep the Supreme Sorceress healed up. Also trying to drain away the health of the cannons. Now only with one cannon model, it's no longer as effective in killing enemy monsters. So the Black Dragon is a lot safer now. While at the back there, Darkshar's running faster, and Dowie managed to outrun the miners, and also Dressed Knights sacrificing themselves to intercept the miners, allow the Darkshars to get to safety and start shooting once again. Slayers now being targeted, and they should be able to get, like, the Darkshars should be able to finish them. Shades also sniping out the gyrocopters, and things are looking better for the Dark Elves once more, now that the Dowie is running out of missiles in general. They only have melee troops left, and they're just gonna go on a merry-go-round. Going on a bit of a wild goose chase as the Dark Elf simply outruns them, even if they pump their dwarven legs. Now the Shades here, the regular ones, no anti-infantry bonus, are caught in melee, so they're getting finished off. But these guys who managed to came back and start shooting once again will keep shooting the Slayers till they're, yeah, just keep shooting at the Slayers, trying to work down their HP. And eventually, even if the Slayers are unbreakable, they will be whittled down bit by bit. Though Malak and Makaiza might be able to avenge and get a Slayer's death. Nope. Darkshars were like, nope, and cock blocked him. And killed him before he can kill the Dark Sorcerers. GG. A little bit of a blunder at the start of the battle with the Dark Elves, but they managed to pull it back with the sheer amount of AP. And the Dwarves' heavy reliance on the Flamethrowers did not pay off in this matchup. Okay, have we seen any of the other ones these days? No, okay, we are until last 6 battles, so roughly another half to 1 hour, and then we're done. Man, it's been 4 hours. I'm very, like, I always respect how long some streamers can stream, like 8 hours straight. I'm just like, what? How do you even do that? How is your voice not cracking? Oh no, here we go. Wait, Nardu, is this dwarf army yours or something? Oh, anyways, let's just check out the army builds here. For the Cafe army, front line of Jade Warrior, second line of Jade Warrior crossbows, the dwarf one. Yeah, don't never deploy in a straight line. Deploy something like this in checkerboard, mate. But yeah, Grand Cannons over here, 2 more, and a bunch of very nicely scattered around Onyx Crowmen just readying to pounce on the exposed Dwarfen backline. As you can see here, the Dwarfs not expecting a Vanguard at all, leaving nothing to protect the backline, and oh boy, the Dwarf shield wall is moving, but there's nothing to protect the back here. Grudge Thrower at the back getting shut down, and the Crawlers are also gonna get shut down soon. Oh boy. Is there a wind spell coming in? It is a wind spell, the Blossom Wind. Not doing a lot of damage though. And the Emperor's Crowman could have positioned their bombs a bit better to do more damage. Anyways, the Dwarf Warriors are still taking heavy losses as they march on. And because they don't have much DPS, all of the DPS are at the back here with the crossbows. The Dwarves are gonna struggle to break through the Jade Warriors due to their lack of armor piercing as well. Slayers are circling around and trying to flank over to hit up the Grand Cannons, but at this point the Grand Cannons don't really matter. It is mostly just the mobility here, just dealing with all the missile troops of the Dwarves, and then it's just gonna be an endless cycle charging, unfortunately. Also, Ancestral Warriors being summoned in with their full armor piercing ethereal attacks will be pretty nice against the Dwarves, actually. Just doing some pretty nice damage overall. Grand Cannons continues to shoot, but the Slayers are slowly finishing them off, despite being shot by the Jade Warrior crossbows. But yeah, I think we can just fast forward this one. I still think we need to like play it in normal speed, as the Dwarves are just slowly being whittled down, slowly being worked through by all the Onyx Crewmen recharging them, Peasant Horses recharging them, running down routed units. Once they're routed, they're not coming back and all that. Grand Cannons, this one actually managed to survive with 1 unit model left, as the last of the Slayers that were pressuring them got shot up, I suppose. And then the Onyx Crewmen just swarms the Slayers. And yeah, that's basically it. More Ancestral Warriors got summoned onto killing the Longbeards with their armor-piercing weapons. A little bit of Ruin, Wrath, and Ruin. Doing some nice damage to Crowman, just not enough. Another Blossom Wind. Nice dodge, but still being inflicted with the Blinded debuff. their stats are significantly reduced, boosting the damage from the Jade Warriors while debuffing theirs. And yeah, that might just be it. Okay, we'll just go through fast forward here. But yeah, the rest of the dwarf army is just slowly grind down. Of course, dwarves are still a very sturdy people. And the Cathay army doesn't have that much armor piercing here, other than the Grand Cannons, which are completely shut down. Like, the last of them is shut down over here with the last unit model dead. All the Grand Cannon models are dead, so like, yeah, the Longbeards are gonna fight to a bitter end. But that is just not quite enough against a balanced army with the psycho charging you. Grand Cathay is still doesn't have that much armor piercing, but just enough with enough like recharges to work through the rest of the Dawi HP. Like, if the Dawi was building up a box, was holding up in a box formation, maybe they could have grinded out, but exposing the backline was a very lethal mistake. Though I do think that the Cathay didn't bring enough armor piercing to deal with the Dawi infantry. Like, some fire rain rockets would be nice too, because you know. But this is surprisingly close. What the hell? Thorik is just carrying this game by himself, just because there's not enough AP from the Cathay side to deal with the dwarves. The dwarves actually won. What? Shield all works. Okay, to be fair, I thought the dwarves are gonna lose this one. What the hell? I guess the lack of AP really bite the Grand Cathay in the butt in this game. Halberds can deal with the Dawi just fine as well. Maybe. Maybe. I don't know what the Grand Cathay can do to get more AP. Oh, actually, crane guns would be a good option. Actually, crane guns would be a good option because they should do a good job at sniping out the dwarf cannons, and also they do good against armored infantry. Longbeard spam. Nobody expects Longbeard spam, to be fair. That's a lot of melee defense and armor to chill through. So, okay, that actually makes sense. These are like 5 Longbeards. Bring RR Longmas, maybe. But, alas, this time they didn't. Yeah, definitely, next time definitely bring more AP when you're fighting dwarves. This is like a staple. Anyways, this is a rematch between the two players. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Okay, this was a fun match too. Okay, I look forward to this. Staunch line of spears, a second line of archers, some 11 reavers and fireborn, plus a white line of strays. Elfcaster and Imrik on his dragon. On the other side, the wood elves, front line of eternal gods, dryads, and just kind of going for a very simple line after line formation. Yeah, not great. But let's see, Deep Wood Scouts and Glade Gods firing. But the shields of the silver shields of the spears are just mitigating most of those shots, rendering them rather ineffective, and the archers are just gonna counterfire and wreck these Deep Wood Scouts. In the forest, Dryads and Glade Riders are completely overrun by the numbers of 11 Reavers, and the White Lions are here. Yeah, just to reinforce. Where's the Fireborn? Wait, where's the Fireborn? Where's the Fireborn? Oh, there. Blind spot. Some Deep Wood Scouts are here just peppering down the Illyrian Reavers, but the Fireborn can just finish off the Glade Riders and charge into the Deep Wood Scouts, but I guess they were just trying to reinforce this fight over here, trying to protect the archers. And the Glade Riders just decided to abandon this fight and go after the archers, which is a wise choice, as the Illyrian Reavers are still kind of stuck on the fight against the other Glade Riders. Spears holding back the War Dancers. War Dancers activating Shadow's Coil to help them tank out in the melee defense. They took some damage from the archers for sure, but they're now grinding through the spears with pretty comfortably. Like, they're not taking much damage because additional melee defense from the Shadow's Coil, and they do have bonus versus infantry to mitigate that loss in melee attack. So they're just cutting through the spears, and On the far side, as I said before, the Fireborn just runs through the Glade Riders and the Deepwood Scouts. The Glade Riders kind of stood around for a little too long getting shot by archers, so that was a mistake for sure. Ancient Tree Men plowing into the front line, slapping the spear, and here comes the Dwellers Below, the dreaded Dwellers Below. A little bit off in the cast, but either ways, it's gonna do a lot of damage to the remaining archers. These Glade Riders are almost finished off by the Leering Reavers, so that the archers over here can start firing again. War Dancers activating Shadow's Call and start charging into the melee combat. Deepwood Scouts shooting at Imric. A little bit stuck in the sky. You probably should dive somewhere and start fighting instead of just staying there, not doing much. A nice powerful attack though on the War Dancers, doing some pretty good damage. But there's nothing to protect the Deepwood Scouts over here. Fireborn, wreck the Deepwood Scouts, wreck the Glade Riders, now going to wreck another unit of Deepwood Scouts. Things are looking quite even though. As the trade in the melee front line is going okay for the Wood Elves. Not the best, the Spearmen are still holding, but they're slowly grinding through all the spears. Now, Imric has dove onto the Deepwood Scouts and nothing really to stop him here. And the War Dancers will be forced to come back and help out. Actually, the Eternal Gods would be a better help. The Leering Reavers are moving in, but not exactly getting a charge order into the Dryad. So, yeah, not getting the best impact contact. Deepwood Scouts being pressured by Imrics, while the War Dancers will be moving away and trying to... Oh, nice! Getting that narrow formation, trying to slip through the gaps of the spear line and get onto the archers. Now that the missiles are free from harassment from all the mobility of the Wood Elves, something needs to be done here. Oh, they're not pushing through. This might be a mistake. Another Earthblood healing, which is nice. Spearmen, Eternal Gods pushing through, and Leering Reavers running down the rest of the Deepwood Scouts. Now Fireborn is coming back. More mobility are coming back for the High Elves. This might spell doom for the... these are kind of forgotten on the far side, which is not the end of the world, as the Wood Elves are getting pretty pounded in terms of other mobility engagements here. Fireborn, nothing to oppose them for now. Maybe if you tie them down with the Treemen and then drag them down with Eternal Gods, maybe the Wood Elves stand a chance. But right now, Dryads and War Dancers all piling onto the White Lions. And the White Lions are holding with their armor for now. And decent melee defense, 42, not bad, not too shabby. As the, especially the War Dancers activated the... Oh, yeah, anyways, I can't really see what they're activating right now. Oh, Shadow's Call debuffing their own melee attack, so the melee defense of the White Lions can actually sustain themselves right now. And at the back there, Glade Gods and Deepwood Scouts are being dealt with by the High Elf units. And Imric is just soaring around the battlefield. It's just going to dive down and tear out the Dryads and maybe tear out the War Dancers as well. Treemen, too busy fighting the archers and not really in the position to help. We'll do a bit of fast forward here. As Imric is going after the Treemen. Both sides have healing support, so it's just gonna see who can tank it out longer. And other healing, oh, some of the Treemen healing is going into the infantry, so Treeman himself is not getting healed that much. Dryads and the Eternal Gods pressuring the archers now, so not too bad use of an infantry. Like, Dryads is pretty fast, and they can, with their aggressive stats, can deal with archers pretty well, but the problem is they are weak to fire, and there's a fire-inducing, fire attack Fireborn on the far side, ready to just run them down. Their 60 armor is not bad, but also not enough to deal with the insane charge bonus of the Fireborn. But Fireborn decided to come back and help Imric against the Ancient Treeman, which is a good decision, actually. The Dryads on the side doesn't matter anymore. If they can snipe out the Treeman, that will be the game, basically. And there's nothing to save the Treeman, unfortunately. Earthblood healing him up, and the War Dances, but his HP is getting low. Archers are shooting him, whittling down his health, even with the physical resistance, missile resistance, and heavy armor, and then Fireborn piles in. With the additional flaming attacks, the Treeman is dead. Or at least routed, and army losses hit. Nicely done by Big Bootin, or... the name is too long, I can't pronounce it. But yeah. GG with the Spear Line and Archers. Doing some pretty good work with them, protecting them well. And Imric could have been a bit more proactive in the beginning, but that's fine as well. They would have spent too much money onto like the melee, onto Deepwood Scouts, which are very vulnerable to the high elf heavy mobility. In this matchup, like Wood Elves are generally more disadvantaged because they are very weak to heavy cavalry. So if in case the high elves spam like stuff like Silver Helms and Illyrian Reavers together, then the Wood Elves would struggle to deal with that because all their mobility, except Zodes and Stag Knights, are non-armor piercing. And their infantry are also quite fragile, so a single charge impact will hurt them a lot. And bringing expensive missile troops against a cavalry faction is a bit hard. Soldier Cookie. So that's in quick. Interesting. Now I learned. Dutch for Soldier Cookie. Interesting. Alright, cool. Let us 4 more battles to go and then we're done for today. I'm also a bit tired now. Alright, Archangel versus Dongus Butterfist. Dwarfs once again versus Nurgle. Alright, this is a DLC battle as both sides are bringing DLC units. For the Dwarves, a front line of miners mixed in with blasting charges, one of them Akron's miners, and then further back some Iron Drakes with Trollhammer torpedoes, recently updated missile troops, and then Grim Delvers with their Grudge Rakers and regular Thunderers as well with Grudge Rakers, Long Drones, Slayer Pirates, and a couple Giant Slayers. As for the Nurgle side, a front line of Pesticles for their cost-efficient armor. Wait, no, these are not Pesticles. These are just Marauders of Nurgle. That's a... Okay, never mind. But there is indeed Tamarkin, the Maggot Lord, on his Toad Dragon. You never see this thing because everyone hates it. Everyone thinks it's too expensive. Oh well. Pesticles on the flanks though. And as I said before, they have... Wait, they have immune to psychology. Oh wait, yeah, Primal Fury giving additional attack, charge bonus, and speed, and immune to psychology to the Beastmen troops, giving them a bit more attack stats. And they have decent armor piercing, they have poison, so overall a very good unit. A very cost-efficient armor piercing unit for sure. In the skies, Plague Drones of Nurgle and some Chaos Furies for added mobility in the skies, Chaos Sorcerer of Nurgle for healing, and Rancid Visitations, Fleshy Abundance, and Stream of Corruption. A very nice cost-efficient armor piercing breath spell. And yeah, that's the army built, and let's get the battle started. Marauders charging in, but are getting blasted by explosive charges. Probably should have held back some of those miners so that they can just keep chugging blasting charges first thing before they get charged. Some of the Pesticles manage to get on top of the Iron Drakes, and they are doing some really good work. Giant Slayers are trying to fight them back, but they themselves are not specialized in fighting unarmored infantry and are taking quite a bit of losses themselves. Plague Drones dropping onto the Long Drones, onto the Grim Delvers, who are decent melee combatants and are holding for now, but they're still taking damage. A little bit of a puke from the Bubolus, I think that's the name of the Toad Dragon of Tamarkin, doing some really good damage to Akron's mine as well. At the back there, Plague Drones of Nurgle diving onto Iron Drakes. Furies diving on top of Thunders and the Slayer Pirates. Not too bad of a call against Slayer Pirates because of their lack of armor, allowing the Chaos Furies to do a bit more damage to them, but then they're still very strong melee combatants and manage to beat back the Furies. Now, and once the Slayer Pirates are freed up, they can start aiming at Tamarkin and working him down. Unfortunately for the Dwarves, because how slow their Lord is, but they can't run away from the Feast of the Maggot Lord, so that might be a problem for them in the late game. That is if they actually reach that stage, because a lot of their missile DPS is crumbling. They're crumbling for sure. Beastmen, the Pestigors and the Marauders are swarming their backline. The Iron Drakes simply are not able to dish out the damage. Garrigam Iron Dragon Slayer is in the mix though, and is cutting down the Toad Dragon. It is still a dragon, I suppose. And this is exactly what the job description of a Dragon Slayer has. Miners throwing in blasting charges, not doing much, doing some minor damage to the Marauders, I suppose. But Thoric is in a bit of a sticky situation now that the Toad Dragon is taking aim onto him. Though unfortunately, by sticking Tamarkin on the mount, Tamarkin loses anti-large bonus. So against Floric Ironbrow on his toilet seat, it's not going to be as effective. Anyways, Plague Drones are almost finishing off the Long Drawn Slayer Pirates. And very unfortunately, they didn't manage to get back their money's worth, and the Plague Drones are just running through the back line of the Slayers, of the Dwarves. Fecundity healing up the nearby Nurgle troops as well. Miners fighting back some tattered Marauders of Nurgle. But overall, you can see that the Dwarves' control on the battlefield is basically completely lost. They're just kind of relying on the Dragon Slayer trying to cut down Tamarkin. But Tamarkin, of course, Feast of the Maggot Lord, is just gonna equalize the fight. Nuke down one of the characters and then just bring himself back alive. And Floric is taking a heavy hit on that. And Balance of Power is shifting back to the middle, despite the low health of Tamarkin. Wait! Does the Feast of Maggot Lord count as spell damage? Because Floric didn't take much damage from the activation of the ability. So while Tamarkin is getting some heals, he actually didn't do that much damage to Floric, and he actually tanked it out. He has additional spell resistance at 40, so he might have just tanked it out. Like either spell resistance or spell damage. Wait, either physical damage or spell damage. So either ways, the Floric actually tanked it fairly well, and now pursuing the Tamarkin, the Maggot Lord. And he's on fire. How? How is he on? Oh, the Eindrake Torpedo also neutered his healing. That is a very nice, maybe accidental, but very nice combo there. Neutered the healing, and on top of that, it didn't do that much damage to Floric. And he survived. And he survived. Floric survived, and Tamarkin got beaten up pretty hard without getting much healing because of the fire because of getting lit up on fire. And Tamarkin is just gonna wait. Yeah. Oh, that's a flashy abundance. I was thinking, wait, did he activate it again or something? No, it's just a flashy abundance trying to keep him alive. But now the Grudge Rakers are firing into the fray, nuking the Plague Drones. Very nice combo there. And that shall be it. That is, the Toad Dragon is all that's left, and one it's slain. And Tamarkin fell off from his seat. That is the end of the Nurgle army. And yeah, what the hell did the Giant Slayers do? They do a lot. Oh, they were probably fighting the Plague Drones. That's probably why. They did a lot of damage. And yeah. Somehow the Eindrakes managed to earn back their worth, just preventing Tamarkin from getting that heal, or getting as much heal as usual. Yeah, oh wow, the Dragon Slayer really slayed that Toad Dragon there. Doing his job well for sure. Alright, more Nurgle action, this time against the Kislevites. Alright. 2 more battles, 3 more battles, and... Oh, okay, that might be another half an hour, actually. Alright, for the army... What? Oh, the light's from that way, and it just casts a huge shadow on the map. Anyways, for the army builds here, Nurgle going for a front line of Marauders of Nurgle, some Forsakens on the flank, and some of them with great weapons, actually. Another Chosen of Nurgle with great weapons, interesting. Soul Grinder of Nurgle here, peppering down in the Kislevite formation with the Plague Water, some Furies in the skies, and Plague Toads of Nurgle on the flank. As for the Kislevite warriors with their pole arms and some armored Corsairs moving up. Streltsies for their AP fire in case they need to hunt stuff down, which they probably need to hunt down the Soul Grinder with something. The things in the woods. It would be great to bring in the Mordheim Beowulfs here for their Dark Blood Tainted effect to deny Nurgle from their healing, but sometimes you just don't have the gold. Cossacks with spears, Ice Guard with their swords for anti-infantry bonus, and yeah, that's it for the army bolts, and Frost Maiden as well. Leading the army, Boris Ursus gunning straight for the middle front line here, trying to deal with... Oh, that is a bombardment, hailstorm. Not a lot of damage against the Chosen, but every little bit counts, I guess. But some friendly fire against the Kislevite warriors as well. While the Armored Cossacks beating back the Marauders, but they themselves taking quite a bit of damage from the Plague Mortar and perhaps Stream of Corruption as well. Streltsies shooting at the Marauders, but they themselves... Oh, yeah, they are the ones is falling victim to the Plague Mortars. The Armored Cossacks got hit by the Stream of Corruption. On the flank there, Forsaken of Nurgle being worked down by a combination of Things in the Woods and Kislevite warriors. Things in the Woods with their unbreakable Bar Blood effect is really holding the line and allowing the Things in the Woods to hammer in. While over here, Festus the Leech Lord plus the Chosen of Nurgle really trying to surround and beat down the Kislevite leadership corps, but the Kislevite warriors are fighting. We're fighting for a bit there, but they're just chasing after the Marauders of Nurgle. A bit of a missed opportunity, but that's fine. Streltsy shooting at... Streltsy's trying to move into position to shoot at the Chosens, but the Armored Cossacks also shooting in, while the two Bear characters are doing just fine here. Plague Toads of Nurgle charging into Cossacks, but being tied down in anti-large combatants. This is not great for their health, and they're taking more and more damage. Chaos Furies diving in, but here comes the anti-infantry Ice Gods. Gonna cleave them apart with the anti-infantry bonus, while Festus moving in, using the healing elixir to mitigate that health loss while lobbing up the Streltsies for the Plague Mortar to shoot at. Boris Ursus though taking some damage, and do you bring... No. Just Solek's Lullaby for healing. So yeah, that should be able to keep Boris Ursus alive for quite a long while. Oh, is this a Plague Boil? That's gonna be a massive explosion here, but alright, the Kislevites gonna move away. Nope. Getting a bit of a nuke down, but not as much damage as I expected, as they're kind of spread out. Another hailstorm here, blasting away at the Chosen of Nurgle, but with their heavy armor, they just tanked it out. And Boris is getting relatively low in health. Here comes the Soul Grinder of Nurgle charging into melee, trying to tear out off these Streltsies, as Festus is not doing enough to deal with it. Now Festus is turning over to the Mortis Engine effect as he sees a lot of Kislevite units around, and this is draining the health away from all these Armored Cossacks, Things in the Woods, and Kislevite warriors, even Boris Ursus himself. Plague Toads piling in, though Kislevites do have the advantage in balance of power for now. Ice Guards are shooting, and their missiles are gonna whittle down the rest of the Nurgle troops, but maybe perhaps if the Soul Grinder can survive this, move out and start shooting at the missile troops, maybe perhaps they can just turn this around. Anyways, Forsaken of Nurgle, they're charging into the back line trying to tie down the spears, but Ice Guards are switching over to shoot at them. Now Festus is dropping the fecundity to keep the single entities in the vicinity alive, and also the Plague Toads, especially the Plague Toads, giving them a little bit more of a unit support. But alas, that is not going to save the Plague Toads. They are going to crumble into nothingness away from the reality. Marauders coming back, but intercepted by Armored Cossacks, and Armored Cossacks will probably beat them back, or at least hold them in place for a long while. And the Chosen of Khorne are getting shot in the back by the Streltsies. Not great for them, for sure, as they do not have any shields to mitigate that damage. Oh, healing elixir from Festus the Leech Lord, just trying to keep everything in the vicinity alive, but I don't think that's gonna matter at this point, as their balance of power is dropping lower and lower. Festus is also not able to beat down Boris Ursus. He's still having quite a bit of HP left. Plague Boil onto Ice Guard, but not enough to make a difference. Another spell. This is the Hulks of... what happened? Oh, she cast Snowflake Pendant and canceled the cast of the Hulks of Mixka. So that didn't really matter. And the Ice Guards managed to whittle down the Soul Grinder. It is Festus and the Chosen against the world, which I don't think they have enough to pull it back when the Streltsies are shooting their backs. And yeah, that is gonna be it. If I remember correctly, magic resistance no longer works against damage labeled as magical. Old blue squiggle. Yep. It doesn't work against magic damage, but if the Feast of the Mega Lord is labeled as spell, just like how for some reason when you use a Dragon Breath attack, it will trigger certain spell targeted abilities like the Florix Explosion or the Chalice of Blood and Darkness. Like if those abilities count as spell damage, then the spell resistance can still mitigate that. It's weird. It's weird. Like a lot of stuff in this game is just not well defined. So yeah, it's something we have to deal with as players, unfortunately. But yeah, Chosen did a lot of work here. Just unfortunately unable to turn the game around, even with all the gold chevrons. As there's just too much AP missiles coming their way, and yeah, I think them surrounding Boris Ursus and cutting him down was the most important thing about their damage value, but that also means that their damage value is a bit inflated by the healing of Kislevites. And yeah, the Soul Grinder of Nurgle probably should have stayed back a bit longer, just to bomb the missile troops and clear out the missiles, so that like in the late game they can just fight in the mix together with the other characters and with the other character and the Chosens, and fight it and grind it out, perhaps. But yeah, GG to both players here. Nurgle fighting against a missile-heavy faction has always been hard, and this is no exception. Though I would say the Plague Toads probably could have just walked around the Kossars instead of walking into the Kossars. Walk around the Kossars and run into the Streltsies would probably end up better for them. Especially the Kislevites in here, it doesn't have any cavalry other than the things in the woods to counteract enemy mobility, and the things in the woods were thrown into the front line anyway. So the Plague Toads kind of have free reign as a mobility at the Kislevite backline. If they just run into the Streltsies, they might have shut down the AP fire and win the Nurgle army at the game. But yeah. Yeah, spell is the key here, and there is no clear definition of what defined as spell. So it's a bit of a guesswork, honestly.
Look at these pretenders.
Alright, for the army builds here, we have a Khorne versus Tzeentch battle. Khorne does hate Tzeentch for the magic using, after all. So, in the front line, Chaos Warriors of Khorne, and then Marauders of Khorne, some Bloodletters, and more Marauders with dual weapons. The Minotaurs of Khorne already taking damage from is it the Tzeentch Kite? It might be a Tzeentch Kite. So Grinder shooting away already. And some Marauder horses of Khorne chugging in javelins, peppering down some of these Khorne troops. And yeah. Oh, there's also a Cultist of Khorne here, and Valkia already trying to hunt down the Soul Grinder of Khorne. Of Tzeentch, not Khorne. For the Tzeentch army, going for a bit of a kite army, Marauder horses, and the Soul Grinder skirmishing away. A Cultist of Tzeentch for Burning Head and Cascading Fire Cloak, and also activating that Wand of Whimsy for attack buffs. The Soul Grind, there's also the Chaos Lord of Tzeentch coming in with the anti-launch armor piercing, though it's not gonna work against Valkia. It is still very good armor piercing, and you can see it put a dent in Valkia's HP. But here comes the Minotaurs of Khorne trying to push the Tzeentch Lord away, and successfully they did. Now Valkia can go back to pressuring the Soul Grinder again, while the Minotaurs keep pushing forward. On the flanks there's Furies pressuring the Marauder horses. They're taking some skirmishing fire damage. Also, they don't have... Oh, okay. There are some hidden Senegals of Tzeentch and Chaos Knight. They are circling around ready to do a bit of a cycle, recharging, whatnot. Valkia is kind of losing this battle. Cascading Fire Cloak, adding that damage. Adding that melee defense to the Chaos Lord of Tzeentch, blocking the hits from Valkia the Bloody, while Valkia is taking quite some AP damage. Furies continues to harass the Marauder horses, while the Khorne front line finally in charging distance, getting into an engagement, and also Chaos Lord is getting tied down by a bunch of Minotaurs of Khorne, taking some damage now while doing some in return, but things are looking quite decent for Tinge as they do have more control of the battlefield. These Tinge Sentinels needs to start charging into combat. So, like, if they can slam into the Marauders, they can just rout them off and move on to the next target and run them down or something. While Valkia tries to push back some Marauder horses. Now she's going for a Lord Snipe. Yeah, going after a Chaos Lord of Tinge, but just not quite fast enough to catch up after diving onto the ground. Now the Marauder Horsemen are just kind of screening the pursuing units away, and the Cultists of Khorne are trying to catch up. Chaos Lord now finally falling victim to Valkia's hit, but once again moving away, and Valkia is on the Wild Goose Chase once more. Minotaurs of Khorne, though, are setting their eyes on the Soul Grinder, really getting the Bloodlust sated by hacking through the Soul Grinder's HV. Soul Grinder attempted to turn around and shoot, but then just getting surrounded by a bunch of very angry Minotaurs and hacked away. Now at the back there, Chaos Warriors are slowly they're holding their ground against Chaos Knights of Tinge, while the Furies are really trying to pressure the Marauder Horsemen. They are not doing that much damage, but absorbing a lot of ammo for the rest of the Khorne army, so the pursuit isn't in vain. At least they managed to take a lot of damage that would have gone into the Minotaurs, and the Minotaurs are now getting a very successful surround on the Chaos Lord. But here comes a shot from the... oh, that's a painful hit from the Soul Grinder. Leaving the Soul Grinder alone to go after the Chaos Lord might be a mistake here, as the Khorne Bulls are taking quite a bit of damage from different sources. Wait, where's the other Khorne Bull? Oh, over here and almost dead. This is not a good outlook for Khorne if they just let their Khorne Bulls shot down by a bunch of Minotaurs and whatnot. They're still taking damage, and another shot from the Soul Grinder might be enough to rout it. Might is the keyword here. Yep, they're routed. And the Marauder horses will come in and screen out Valkia, saving their Tinge Lord. At the back over here, Sentinels of Tinge are running down some Chaos Warriors with their armor piercing. Cultists of Khorne trying to fight back, but that is not going to matter. And these isolated Minotaurs are prime target to get swarmed by Sentinels, though the Sentinels didn't really charge them. That would have been a great opportunity, honestly, but alas, that was a missed opportunity indeed, and the Sentinels moved back. Chaos Knight moving away as well. Now Valkia the Bloody trying to drop a Spear of Sleipnir to work through some of these Murder Horsemen, but yeah, not too much damage. And the Cultists plus the Chaos Lord both are in the fight, trying to double team this Khorne leadership. Balance of Power is slightly in the favor of Tinge, as they do have a better control of the battlefield, but Khorne is not out of the fight just yet. Valkia is still rather healthy, and they have a lot of infantry left. Valkia also beating back the Chaos Lord of Tinge, and the Chaos Lord of Tinge might want to get out of there. He is not anti-large, but Valkia is. So he's not anti-infantry, but Valkia is, and his defenses are not holding up without the Cascading Fire Cloak. Now the Cascading Fire Cloak is here, keeping... well, it worn off, but it was there earlier to keep him in the fight, but another hit from Valkia and he is routed. The Khorne troops are swarming the Tinge positions right now, but Tinge might be able to cycle charge everything to oblivion. So let's see what happens here. It is a battle of infantry versus cavalry, as the Chaos Knights are slamming into the Bloodletters, doing some really good damage. Might be able to force them into demonic instability, but they themselves are taking a little bit too much damage, sticking around a little too long in combat. As the Khorne army pushes back, the Chaos Knights have to retreat, while the Marauder Horsemen will be cycle charging, trying to work through the Chaos Warriors of Khorne. Though the Chaos Warriors armor does help them stand and fight for a bit longer. Another unit routed. The Marauder Horses getting routed, and the Bloodletters being summoned onto the battlefield, trying to provide a bit of a buffer zone for the rest of the Khorne infantry that are not summoned. Valkia is... wait, where's Valkia? Did she die? What? The Valkia died. How? Oh, it's the Soul Grinder. It's probably the Soul Grinder killed her. Still having a lot of ammo left. I think the Soul Grinder alone can carry the game. Just kind of sniping out enemy characters, dropping that one bolt of change, and slowly whittle down the characters. And yeah, that's probably GG for Khorne. Valkyria made a valiant attempt, but the kite is just a bit too much, and Horn didn't bring enough mobility to counteract a kite army. As the Siege army slowly picked them apart with missiles and cycle charging. Final battle, we have Satan on the battlefield versus the Sisters of Twilight. Oh wait, Yuan Boy is here too. Never see this guy in competitive multiplayer, but let's see what happens here. And yeah, Wood Elves do have the X-Missile Cheese unit. Sisters of Twilight. Is she on Dragon? No, just on her Eagle.
All is part of the celestial.
All the Wood Elves are deployed in the forest and are advancing through it, I suppose.
Our enemies will flee, and Cathay
Well,
will
that
endure.
breaks the forest camping rule. You can't just sit inside the forest. Well, they're moving forward through the forest, but you can't just sit in there. I would argue that the Wood Elf player is indeed breaking the forest camping rule. But the battle is already done, so let's see what happens here. But yeah, Sisters of Twilight just try to kite, but actually got. Oh, this is a bit of a karma scenario here. Sisters of Twilight tried to kite, but then Yuanbo is on the field, so she got pinned down by now of Amantok and got shot up by everything on the Cathay side. But of course, she does have. Oh, it's almost execution territory. If Yumbo comes in with the execution, maybe could snipe him off, but it's too late. It's too late. But yeah, finally, Wood Elves, some of their units moving out of the forest. Still having majority of the army sitting in the forest. That is definitely breaking the forest camping rule. Now trying to go after the missile backline of the Wood Elves. Now Yuanbo is transforming. Oh no, turning on Jade Shield just to mitigate. Oh, probably should have put it on the Crane Gunners to mitigate the attacks from the Lost Silver Knights, but Yuanbo is fighting back and doing some minor damage to the Lost Silver Knights. Seitan probably should turn around and start shooting, and at the same time, Onyx Crowman really trying hard to push the Sisters of Twilight off the field. Who's playing in this? Yeah, that is not very nice. This is definitely I'm not sure who's playing right now, but I'll find a name and attack them on the Discord, because this is just forest camping. Like, all right, on the far side, Onyx Crowman fighting Sisters of Twilight. You're not supposed to sit in the forest like that. Yeah, it's against the rules of engagement. So we will just be fast forwarding this battle, as I assume the Cathay army would just lose due to forest camping kind of countering everything. Like, just making all the missiles ineffective. Now that would be pretty amazing if the High Elf, if the Grand Cathay still manage to win this, but I don't think they will. Like, there's no tactical value in here, and like, you just kind of sit in there. What else can't use wood? You can, but you can't just sit inside, and that, cause like, if one player just sit in the open field and one player just sit in the forest, there's no engagement here. Both armies need to be moving towards each other. You can't just sit inside the woods and abuse the terrain, unfortunately. This is actually against the rules. Like, if this is legal, everyone would just sit in the forest. Wood Elves or not, they would just sit in the forest and render all artillery play useless. You just can't bring artillery because everyone will just sit in the woods, and you can't even shoot anything. Like, it will render the game very much unfun. And I think this is why the forest camping rules and corner camping rules exist. Because everyone will just, like, passively plays the game, and at that point, there's no point in playing the game. It's just see who moves out of their corner first and just runs the 20 minutes. Like, there's no point playing the game like that, yeah. Anyways, the Grand Cafe army, like, yeah, that at that point, yeah, the Grand Cafe couldn't use their missile troops at all, and then Wood Elves just running out of it, and yeah. I guess Yuanbo might have a chance, with Say Tang might have a chance in breaking these Wood Elf units, but I started multiplayer to run towards the army. Yeah, pretty much. This is like you're not supposed to play like that. Like, fuck, what the fuck? You're supposed to be constantly moving towards your opponent's attack. Like, this is not moving at all. You're just sticking in the trees. Like, if your opponent is forest camping, it is fine to not move out yourself. But yeah, I guess. Who the fuck is the Wood Elf player here, actually? Not to mention the detriment to large units. Exactly. Like, there's no point in using monsters as well, because they're just gonna get screwed. There's no point in using missiles, no point in using monsters, because you're just gonna get screwed by them all. So yeah. But yeah, okay, I'll have to do some tournament admin after this battle. CZ3NY, 3RNY. Please, dude, if you're still watching the stream, please read the fruit rules. It's on the tournament page. There's rules of engagement, what you can and cannot do in the fight. And this is definitely one of those things you can't do, and which is sitting your entire army in the forest, not moving at all. And yeah, not much to talk about for this battle. It's a bit of a shame. Like, I get that if you're new, you're not used to rules and might make mistakes, but I do hope that players, after making mistakes once and getting reminded for it, would not make it a second time, because after that, we are looking into the possibility of repeated offenders and possible ban from tournament, which we don't really want to, because we want more people playing the freaking game. And yeah, don't do that again, man. Just don't do that again. Don't do that again. Like, I can probably let it slip once, but the second time we're looking into we'll have to look into it. How often are these new player tournaments? Human Boy hosts them weekly. Yeah, Human Boy hosts them weekly. And I'm just taking over today just because Human Boy isn't around this week, so I'll be hosting it. But other than that, it's usually in a weekly frequency, and Human Boy usually hosts on the NA time zone. There's also EU time zone stuff hosted by Tequila Sunset, so go check out his stuff, and I might host some EU tournaments later on as well. And yeah, that's it for today's battle. I hope you all enjoy the multiplayer action, and I'm freaking hungry right now, so hope you all have a good day or good night wherever you are, and I'll see you in the next one. Tactical Lich signing out.